of the defense calls Mr. Robert Tullis.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Bayes. The first name is R-O-B-E-R-T. The last name is T-E-L-L-E-S.
Mr. Tullis, the state is going to allow you, or the court is going to allow you to testify by way of narration. So please tell us. Begin with your story, sir.
Thank you, sir. So, first of all, and excuse me, I'm obviously a little nervous. This is it's a day I've been waiting for nearly 2 years. You know, this thing's been kind of a nightmare, frankly. And again, I want to thank you for being here. And right now, I want to say unequivocally, I'm innocent. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And I've got a lot to share with you all. There's been a lot of testimony, and my concern is making sure that you hear what I think about all these things, and you know what would, you know, the concerns that I have with some of these things that have been brought up. So during my testimony, I'm going to be sharing opinions. I know that, you know, folks like Zach Schilling and Mr. Mogg shared their opinions with you. And these opinions were, you know, almost, I guess you could say, argumentative in a sense, right? Basically, Zach Schilling said, well, you know, I'm an expert on shoes, and, you know, I think that those shoes that the killer was wearing are the same ones that I've seen the Shay's wearing all the time, right? So he's arguing that he's an expert and you should believe him. And I think the same goes for Mr. Mogg. Right, so I think that when I share an opinion with you, someone might say it's argumentative, and when I say something, I guess I specifically mean the state. But I think that when I share an opinion with you, that's my right, and it's your right to decide whether or not you agree with my opinion or not, whether you want to adopt my opinion or not. So I'm just hoping that, you know, I'm not stopped from sharing with you what I have to say. And I guess right off the bat, I'll share an opinion with you. The medical examiner testified about how Mr. Gurman was murdered. And, you know, I had to see pictures of Mr. Gurman's body, you know, in preparation for the case. And it's obviously it's ugly. But when the medical examiner testified, that's the first time I'd learned how Mr. Gurman was murdered. Now, you know, I think it's the way that he was murdered speaks to, I think, something or someone who knows what they're doing. You know, the idea that Mr. Gurman's throat was slashed and his heart was stabbed. You know, I think that's, I mean, I don't know if anybody could just do that, right, without some kind of training, without some kind of expertise. So, I mean, and I'm personally not combat trained. You know, and none of that. So it seems to me that when I heard that, I thought, you know, my God. You know, so that's, I guess, one example of like the type of opinion I'll be sharing with you. And I want to also provide relevant facts, the truth, and, you know, things that I think are going to tend to disprove a lot of what has been said. And also when it comes to some of the witnesses, some of the documents that I'm going to try to get in are going to kind of go to, you know, whether or not they're being truthful. So again, I'm hoping that I'll be able to get those documents into. I guess we'll see how that goes as well. First, I want to kind of go into my background a little bit. So out of high school, I got a job at a small computer store, and you know, building computers, that type of thing. And then I got an opportunity to work in IT, right? Information technology, working as a network technician. The .com crash occurred, and from there I ended up going into property management. And you know, I enjoyed that. I became a leasing agent, then an assistant manager, then a manager. Then I took a strange turn and got into maintenance, you know, fixing stuff inside apartments, that type of thing. And from there, started to get involved in air conditioners. So then I became an HVAC technician, an air conditioning technician. And it was all, self-study. Right? I took a course for the EPA certification, which is, the license that you're required in order to handle like refrigerant, like Freon, those types of things. I kind of learned like the basics of air conditioning on my own. And the only reason I say it is, like going along is like I've kind of developed this analytical mind, right? And so that led to me becoming an attorney. And so then that even built more on that analytical mind, where I think about, all the things, like all the things wrong in this case. And you add on top of that, the fact that I've been sitting in a cell for close to 2 years. So I've had a lot of time to think about a lot of these issues. So again, I think I'm going to point out some strange things about this case. But anyway, going back to my background. So became an HVAC technician. I started working at the College of Southern Nevada. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to name check I was going to say local community college. Sorry, I'm very nervous. Excuse me. So I started working at CSN, managing a team, and I was doing that by day, and I went to law school at night. They have a part-time program at Boyd School, or they did then anyway. I don't know if they still have it, but I went through law school at night. But before I got into law school, I met my wife online, and we started dating. I got into law school. We got married. We had our daughter together. So by this point, I had a stepson, I had my daughter from a previous marriage, and then my wife and I had our daughter together. When I got out of law school, I opened my own probate firm, or my own law firm, and I focused on probate law. Now, you heard this term earlier from Detective Jappy, probate, and also, of course, a couple of other witnesses. And, I do have a correction for, I guess, the way that Detective Jappy characterized probate law, but I'll get into that as we discuss further Compass Realty. So I want to go from here, from my probate work, into how I became the public administrator. I was, again, a probate attorney, working cases for families, and John Cahill, the public administrator at the time, he saw me in court, and saw that I was kind of a new face, and so he started giving me a couple of cases here and there. He worked with various attorneys throughout town. So I started doing some work for him, and I can't remember exactly how long I've been working for him. At least a few months, maybe 6 months. But I was part of this volunteer group. And we had these weekly meetings where we would bring people in to speak, right? And the group was very interested in learning about things happening in Vegas, right? So I thought, well, gosh, getting the Clark County Public Administrator in to speak would be really great, because nobody knows what this guy does. When you hear the title Clark County Public Administrator, a lot of people think that we're talking about the guy who runs the whole county or something, right? I mean, that's oftentimes when I was in the office, I had these emails from people telling me to fix this on that side of town, or this, that, whatever issue, right? So it's the public administrator, is the probate administrator for the county. And again, it's basically the office that safeguards property until family can step in. Because again, when the coroner got there, the coroner couldn't find the family. So it's our job to do the safeguarding. And if for some reason the family can't or does not want to do the administration, our office takes over and does that administration. So, I got in there, hit the ground running, we're working. I find out at a certain point, as I'm going to court, that there's a situation with some of these private administrators. Now, a private administrator is, when we talk about them, is anybody who is handling administrations, or really, I'd say private corporate administrators, because any family member could be a private administrator, right? The probate commissioner who is basically an appointee of the probate judges, he had these concerns with some of these folks. Right? And I was in a hearing one day where he asked me to take a look at a case. And, the attorney for one of these guys or one of these firms was there, and, we were talking. And, he told me that, that his client had been doing these things for so much time. And that the prior public administrator didn't have a concern with it. And I asked him, well, where are the, this is the first I'm hearing about this, He said, well, we've been mailing your office notices every time that we come to court. And so just FYI, the fact that these folks were required to send me notices was ordered by the probate commissioner because he was very troubled by what he saw going on with this firm. And so I told him, no, I've been at this for maybe 7-8 months, and this is the first I'm hearing of it. He said, oh, no, I promise we're sending you every notice. So I get to the office, and I find out that, at the direction of the prior public administrator, the office had been throwing away all of those documents, and they just basically continued on with that process of just throwing the documents away. And I told my staff, we're not doing that anymore. I need to look at these. I need to see why the probate commissioner was so concerned. So I did an analysis, and I found that there were some troubling concerns. I created a spreadsheet, and I guess at this point I want to see if I could share X2. Or if you need me to build any foundation, I can do that.
Yay, very good.
Is it fitted or? So then.
I assume you're going to lay some foundation.
Yeah, of course, absolutely, Your Honor. And again, this goes to the theory of my case, right? Somebody framed me for this, and I believe that it's Compass Realty, and I believe that it's for the work that I've done against them, and this document here shows the start of the work that I began against them. You're going to hear much more about the things that I did and the things that they did. And so, again, this spreadsheet, I think really, it's the beginning. And so I'd ask if I could please have it admitted.
X2 is being proposed. Is there any further objection?
Stand by my prior argument.
It's admitted.
So when you view this exhibit, or X2, you'll see that there's a spreadsheet attached to it. And I just want to go over a few of the cases with you. And well, generally, first I'll tell you that know, again, it was about 60 cases. And let's see here. And there was, for about 60 cases, there's about a $6 million difference between, and this is total, this is not each, but, you know, obviously. For those cases, there's about a $6 million total between the time that the estate sold the property to the time that the person who purchased it sold it to another person, right? And so that's quite a bit of money for that. I'll say that originally, the estates in total sold the properties for $8.5 million. And later, the people who sold it after, they sold it for about $14.5 million, right? So when you're talking about $8.5 million and then making $6 million, I mean, it's nearly double, right, from one sale to the next sale. And if you look at some of the homes on here, you'll see, for example, there's this one, Prince, Bobby. So the deceased's name is Bobby Prince. The estate sold the home on December 31st of 2018 for $232,000. And the next sale was done the same day. So the person who bought it resold it the same day for $50,000 more. Now, administrators have a fiduciary duty to get the maximum value that they can for the estate. When I see a situation, and again, this is the most extreme one. I mean, I'm not saying that all of them are like this, but, you know, all of them are, there's a significant difference between the one price and the other price. But this is just the most extreme one is, you know, for someone to be able to resell a property the same day for $50,000 more, it's just not right. So, and again, you'll see that, again, anywhere from 30 to 50% between the two sales when you review this exhibit. And so it floored me, right, to see that this is going on. And immediately, you know, all I knew was that there was something funny going on here. And what troubled me too is that a prior public administrator said, I'm not going to deal with it. I'm not going to do anything about it. Throw them in the trash. And I think that disturbs me because that's really the role of the Clark County Public Administrator, right? I think Compass Realty has made this argument that, oh, you know, that's not the jurisdiction of the public administrator. But if you think about it, you know, whether we are trying to secure property so someone can't jump through the window and steal everything in the house, or we're trying to stop somebody from stealing equity, I believe it's the same thing. And so that's, you know, I absolutely disagree with John Cahill. So we've got a duty to protect these estates, right? Whether it's, again, stopping criminals from getting into the houses and stealing stuff, or unscrupulous real estate agents from trying to work the system. So I started to object to all of these petitions. And as I told you before, it was the probate commissioner who told me, look, I need you to start looking at this. This doesn't seem right. And I asked him, I said, well, why can't you stop these? You know, I mean, not that I was saying like I don't want to do it, but out of curiosity, why can't you? And he told me that that the law, and so I'll tell you right now that, sorry, just coming backward just a bit, this, because I think it's now is a good time to talk about this independent administration. So independent administration is not a generally used form of probate. It's, you know, rarely used. What independent administration allows somebody to do is to sell houses without going through the regular court process. You basically circumvent the whole process. And so the reason that I didn't, you know, really look into it is I never had a need to use it. Because normally during the probate process, when somebody's selling a house, you've got to ask the court for permission. You give everybody notice. And you allow, when you do this, for the estate to get the best value. Because what happens is, all of these folks out there who are interested in buying and flipping properties, whatever, they scour all of these listings. So if you ever go to probate court on a Friday, you'll see that, you know, there are real estate investors just all over the place, right? But so by publishing it, you ensure that you're going to get the best value possible. These people are watching and they're going to say, oh, you know what? Maybe there's an extra 20 grand I can squeeze out of that. I'm going to get in there and I'm going to go after it, right? And so like I said, it's good for the families. So, and it's transparent. So when somebody uses this Independent Administration Act, and they're a corporate probate administrator, that's concerning. Because basically what they're trying to say is, well, I want to sell this property out of this estate, but I don't want it to go through the regular process. I want to be able to sell it to this guy at this price, and that's it. And when they would use this type of law, the law says that if nobody objects, then the probate commissioner has to grant the petition. Right, so his hands were tied. So one of the things I did do later was I actually went to the legislature and raised my concerns. And you know, there were folks in the legislature that agreed. And so we were able to change the laws so that I had greater watchdog capabilities in these situations, which I think only made this situation more dire for certain folks. And again, I'll get further into that. But so, you know, I began to go ahead and file objections to these petitions. And the probate commissioner pretty much granted my objections just about every time. Because in the regular law, you know, again, not independent administration, just generally, the public administrator has higher priority than all other people, except for family, right? And we would never step in the way of family. Family member wants to handle the estate, great. If we're in the middle of getting ready to handle a probate estate, and I'm sorry, you know, I know I'm talking as though I'm still there, but I think for the purposes of what I'm sharing with you, I'm just going to continue to do that. You know, we would say, okay, you know what, great. You know, maybe we have this fee or that fee that you got to pay. Could be a couple $100, but you know, we don't want to, you know, we're not here to take away anything from you. Happy to transfer it, right? And we got to, per the county's codes, or, you know, we've got to charge the fee, right? It's not something that we just say, well, you know what, we're going to waive it and you can go. But like I said, it was never any like real burden to pay the $150 to take over, especially when they're done liquidating, they're looking at thousands of dollars in, you know, in the family's pocket. But again, it's their money, right? But when it came to, again, third-party administrators, if I saw that there was something strange going on, I stepped in. Now, if there's a third-party administrator who was, you know, when I reviewed the petition, appeared to be above board, wasn't doing anything fishy, you know, I didn't get involved, right? If they were utilizing the regular court process, they weren't, you know, again, trying to hide anything, then great, you know, more power to you. But so the one company that was doing this over and over again, more than anybody else, was Compass Realty. And they were doing it through Thomas Moore. And so anytime one of Thomas Moore's petitions came through, the probate commissioner said, you've got to give it to the public administrator's office. And I think that's where that whole thing started way back, right? So as they were, you know, as I was going at this and filing the objections, they started to fight back in various ways. First, they started to threaten to sue me. They said, well, you know, you're messing with our business, right? And I wasn't afraid of them because, you know, what they were doing was not right. They started making complaints to my assistant county manager, or, you know, county management, trying to get my assistant county manager to stop me. And, you know, we had meetings, he and I said, you know what, this is not okay. I'm not gonna, I can't agree to that, no, you know. So despite their complaints over and over again to county, my county manager said, you know what, I can't do anything. He's the guy in charge, you know, sorry. Then they started filing these false claims about me in court pleadings. saying that, I was trying to steal their business, that I was trying to steal it for myself. Now, at the time, I was a salaried employee. Like some of the smaller counties, they have a setup where the public administrators, all they earn is a commission based on the estates they put through the process. Okay, but not so with Clark County. With Clark County, you get a paycheck and that's it. So I never received a commission off of any of the estates that we administered, ever. So to say that, I was trying to do this to get something out of it was just false. Again, just trying to sling mud to see if they couldn't scare me off or do it. I don't know. Then in early 2022, about March 2022, I approached Steve Wolfson. Now, he and I and other elected department heads, we would have regular meetings and we would coordinate and, elections were around the corner, so we started talking about, what ideas do you have? What ideas do you have? That type of thing, right? And during one of our meetings, I had mentioned that, I had this concern with this company. About a year before, I had raised the issue with the Attorney General's office, and apparently they didn't see where the wrong was. But, the weird thing about that was that they took less than a month for the investigation. And so I don't know if the Attorney General thought, well, we don't get it, we don't see how this is crime or what, but I think about a month later, Compass Realty had a letter in hand saying that they didn't see any wrongdoing. Like I said, to me, that was just weird. And again, I will get into why this is not just about mail. I think Detective Jappy said, oh, this is about mailings. No, it's way worse than that, in my opinion. So I told Mr. Wolfson about the situation. You've got these guys who are, again, from one sale to the next. I mean, we're looking at anywhere, again, close to 50%. And he's like, well, okay. Like, and I asked him, well, can you do an investigation? He said, well, that's not our department. I mean, we don't do investigations. Because, I thought, well, the AG does investigations. Maybe the DA does too. He said, no, we don't do that, but I know someone who can help you. There's this guy I know in public corruption, Derek Jett, and I'll put you in touch with him. Mr. Jappy, I don't know if it was a day or two later, calls me. We discuss the case on the phone. We set up a meeting. I go down there with a package with all of my materials, and I actually included a letter to him with that, a letter to him that kind of highlighted some of the concerns. And so I'd like to share J1. So it was a letter to Detective Jappy.
Camera, you want to approach? J1 has been admitted.
Thank you. So one of the things that I had noted in this letter, and again, it's a 4-page letter, like I said, getting into detail about what had been going on and what, I guess you'll see it. But one of the issues I noted was this estate of James Clark. And I noted that in this case, we found that Thomas Moore had removed everything from the kitchen before any sale of the home. Removing the kitchen, and of course, this also involved the flooring, but it doesn't say that here, but Removing the kitchen before the sale would devalue the property in a way that would allow Moore to get a lower appraisal value before making the sale. There are photos that we took on 5/1/2019 showing that the kitchen was in place at the time that the decedent died. So what had happened was that we had taken over because family wasn't found. Family came in, they took over, but apparently something happened where they couldn't administer it, and in the meantime, Thomas Moore stepped in. So we came into the picture, got out of the picture, family stepped in, then Thomas Moore stepped in, because I think a notice of default was filed with the recorder's office, because the mortgage had gone into arrears. And so maybe I'll explain that just a little bit. So when somebody dies, oftentimes, the way that these private administrators get word, I mean, and I think these guys have a different method, but a lot of the ways that, one of the ways that they typically do is they watch for these public notices that the homes have gone into default. Because the mortgages have lapsed, like somebody stopped paying the mortgage, right? And so now at this point, the mortgage company is getting ready to do a foreclosure, right? So they do this, thank you, sir. Oh, sorry. They do this notice of intent to default, right? And this is the signal to some of these folks, okay, well, I should go check this out and see why this is a default. Maybe I'll go knock on the door and see if anybody's home. I'll look through the window, see if, if it looks like it's lived in. Then they might do more research and try to find out who it was that was there and whether they died or not, right? So then based on that, they'll file a petition in court to take over, to get this administration so they could sell the real property. So when they had taken control of this property, from that point to the point that family notified us again that, this estate had been taken from them, we stepped in. I filed an objection. We got into the house and found out that Thomas Moore had ripped out the flooring in the kitchen before a sale that he was preparing for. And so that was in this first note to Detective Jappy. Early on, this was March 6th of 2022, that I raised that particular concern with Detective Jappy. So about 2 weeks later, Detective Jappy told me, hey, you know what, I learned from Detective Jappy that they've discovered that Compass Realty or Thomas Moore, they were not reporting on the closing documents for the estates, any personal property at all. So, when somebody dies and they have a house, you've got stuff in the house, right? Given that Vegas is a commuter city, most people have a car, right? At least one car. So, for someone to die with a house, but zero property of any value inside the house or any car, Detective Jappy thought that was really odd. He's like, no, there's something wrong here. So we're going to, it is my understanding that they were going to go ahead and do stakeouts. Now, I don't know if this was supposed to be with some type of static car that just sits there empty with a video camera, but basically my understanding was they were going to do observation on some of these homes when they still had property inside them, vehicles in front of them, and see what exactly happened with all that stuff. Because again, if you've got a house that's worth $500,000, you should probably have property inside the house that's kind of commensurate with that, right? You might have $5,000, $10,000 worth of property that can be sold. For the public administrator's office, oftentimes there was personal property to be sold, recovered and sold in apartments, right? I mean, there's very, very often stuff that's worth, at least $3,000, $4,000, right? And it's the probate administrator's duty, whether you're the public administrator or a private administrator, to ensure that those items are sold and the benefit is provided to the estate, right? So when, these guys have done hundreds of estates and no personal property has been reported, and no vehicles had been reported. It seemed that was a concern for Mr. Jaffe. But after that, I really didn't hear much more. And I understand that he said that he and I were buddies and we talked often, but that wasn't the case. That was kind of strange. I never considered him like a friend per se. Not that I'm, trying to say anything about that, but for him to say that he thought we were good friends, I couldn't understand how you'd characterize it that way. I guess when he was claiming that, we'll get to the ambulance situation later. But so he said again that we're going to do these things, and then we're going to do title research, and again, still I didn't hear anything about the concerns with the James Clark situation, or even the Rajab Abdul situation, and I'll get into that situation here in a little bit. But that same month, Rita Reed, my assistant public administrator, who's now the current public administrator, she filed for the position, and also a Compass Realty realtor filed to run for the position as well. So again, to this point, Compass Realty seems like doing everything they could to try to stop me, even running one of their own employees to try to take the seat from me. It was in the end of April. Now, I'd like to, at the end of April, I guess I'm not sure how the conversation went or how this interaction went between Rita Reed and one of the folks from Compass Realty, but Rita Reed, for her campaign, received $10,000. $10,000 from, $5,000 from Adam Fenn and $5,000 from Compass Realty. And I would like to, if I could, share L1.
Sure, of course.
Thank you.
Do you want to, are you offering it?
Yes, please.
Okay, L1 is admitted.
Thank you. And so the document here again is Rita Reed's campaign contribution report from the Nevada Secretary of State. And I'm turning to, you know what? I think we might have to admit a different exhibit for another day. My apologies, but this is report number 1, and the contributions from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn are on report number 2. So my apologies. So,
I mean, it's
so
admitted. That's just not the document you want.
that's correct. So if you would note that we're going to be looking at, when I bring that back tomorrow, we'll be looking at report number 2 that has those contributions. So I end up, I guess after this happens, about 2 weeks later, Mr. Gurman's article, his first article, comes out. And, I think we had those text messages from me from the day that I saw the article where I was upset. And I think, anybody who's the subject of an article that says certain things about you, could reasonably feel upset about it, right? I'll note that later, as we go through my tweets, you'll see that, that same demeanor from that day is not exhibited in any of my tweets later. And again, we'll go over that later. But, so the articles come out and all that, and Rita Reed, and I'll show you in the campaign report, or you'll be able to review the campaign report, she didn't get too many contributions other than this $10,000 from Adam Fenn and Compass Realty. She ended up running 2 different text message campaigns, publicizing to voters the articles, right? And that cost about, I think, $9,000 or so. That'll be on later campaign reports how much was spent. So you'll see that this $10,000 that was given by Compass Realty and Adam Fenn went directly to this text message campaign, and I lost the primary. You know, it was a bummer. I mean, sorry, I don't know. You know, it was unfortunate, but I continued to fight against Compass Realty, and I think that's something that they didn't expect, right? And I did it just because I thought it was the right thing to do, right? I didn't. You know, yeah, I could have just gone home and put up my feet and done no work at all anymore. But I continued that particular battle. I had nothing to gain from it because, you know, in 7 months I was out anyway, right? So there was nothing for me to gain other than just doing what doing the job, right? And then, you know, as I mentioned earlier, there's a state of Recep Abdul where we got some headway on something. I had been discussing with one of the heirs what Compass Realty was doing in that case. And so we were, you know, she was concerned and she asked us to intervene. So I filed a petition and we had a hearing, I believe it was on June 29th of 2022. And I'd like to see if we could play the hearing video from that hearing. And this is
Maybe approach on this one.
Sure. The district attorney wants an opportunity to review it, and so I'm going to reserve on that. And you can probably talk about it maybe tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was really, I'd like to have the jury see that video. I guess I'd like to go ahead and then, if I may, share the Recep Abdul inventory. And that is, excuse me, M1, sorry. And this is, and this document is an inventory filed in the estate of Recep Abdul, for which I filed an objection. On the Elmo, or is that
This right now has been admitted.
okay? Is it possible to put it?
One is
Can we
admitted.
put it on the Elmo?
Court's permission upon, court's permission after he explains it, I went to put it on.
Sure, no problem.
So again, so basically when somebody's doing a probate case, by the end of the case, they've got to report everything that was found on the date of death of the person. If they have a house, they put the house on the appraisal, on the inventory, and they attach an appraisal for the house. Vehicles, they'll list vehicles, bank accounts. If there's personal property and they have appraised the property, that'll be listed on the inventory. So I have here the inventory that was filed by Cynthia Sauerland, who was the probate administrator for this case, who ended up taking over for Thomas Moore. So he had been the administrator for them for some time, and then she stepped in and continued their practices for them. As it turns out, she was also a real estate agent for them, whereas I don't think Thomas Moore was both an agent and the administrator. But the appraisal attached to this was something that was of concern to the heirs, and that I found concerning as well. Mr. Eskowitz, do you mind?
Is there a particular page?
And unfortunately, they on the appraisal, they didn't mark the pages, but I guess, you can see, I don't know why the appraiser didn't actually do page numbers on his appraisal, but it would be certainly this page. I'd like to show that, and then the following page.
Okay, so I'll show these two pages.
Yes, sir.
Just want you to flip it over.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And so when you do an inventory, it's supposed to be the state of... Yes, sir.
Is that, do you see that? Okay.
This is supposed to be the state of the home on the date of the person's death. So when you see here, the appraisal that they got for their inventory shows a kitchen that has no cabinets, I hope you can see that. If not, certainly when we review the exhibit later, you'll see there are no cabinets, no sink, no counter. It's the bare walls in the kitchen. And the floor is missing. So, and you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner, same thing. The picture's not great, but you'll see the floor is missing there too. And sir, may we go to the next page? And in the hallway, missing flooring. In the bedroom, missing flooring. And so it costs money to do this process, right, to rip these things out. So it's interesting that, I guess, I'm not providing that document for you, so the fact that they didn't show that they paid for these services, to me, seems strange. But this is apparently what they're claiming as to how they found the home. And you'll, thank you, sir, very much. Thank you. And you'll find that, again, like I said before, James Clark was in a similar condition. So, and later, after this property, I'm sorry, I'm fidgeting. Later, when this property was resold, it was sold by and I'm sorry, like I said, I'm a little nervous, but if you look at that appraisal, you'll see that the appraiser said that he believed that it would take about $20,000 in repair costs to bring the home up to fair market value. It was about 3 months later that the buyer resold the home for $70,000. So as far as I'm concerned, that extra $50,000 should have gone to the family, not these other guys. And so right there, I thought, when somebody is ripping property out of a house to sell it to another individual with whom they've had these purchases or these transactions over and over again. That should be looked into seriously, because to me, I believe that's theft. Right? I mean, it makes no sense otherwise. So, an interesting thing. I wrote Jappy an email after the hearing that we had, and I really want you guys to see, want you folks to see the hearing, because I think it certainly put Compass Realty on notice. The judge was very concerned, and so you'll see that tomorrow, I hope. Jappy, I ended up, it was that same day, I believe, writing Detective Jappy an email saying that we went to court and there were these issues with this house as well, just like with James Clark. I don't know that I said that as like James Clark, but I certainly noticed those issues. May I share V2? This is an email from me to Detective Jappy. I can't recall the date, but it was in regard to the estate of Recep Abdul.
It's been admitted, V2 is admitted.
Thank you. And so this is actually to Derek Jappy and one of the other folks that was on his detail. This is hello, gentlemen. I'm not sure if you all had a chance to catch the hearing. I will get the video for you. Also, I'm not sure if you had a chance to view the response. It had an appraisal with the kitchen torn out. Today, Deborah Erbach testified that the photos of the house in the appraisal were not representative of how she had left the house. She had cleaned the house before she had returned home. She she said, and again, I'm sorry that, yes, I guess it's hearsay, but also the kitchen was intact when she left the home. It seems that the kitchen in this case was also potentially ripped out to reduce the value of the real property before the appraisal. So Detective Jappy was on notice of this concern as well. But and so despite all that, Detective Jappy, I'll tell you that at a certain point, I was, during the course of this case, you probably were aware that you may be aware that I was representing myself, and I was fighting for certain evidence. And I requested the case file for the case that Detective Jappy had built against me. When they gave me that case file, they also gave me the case file against Compass Realty as well. And so I was able to observe what was done in the investigation. So despite the fact that Detective Jappy had said that there would be these stakeouts, there were no stakeouts. There were no vehicle title searches to see what was going on with these vehicles. Despite the fact that I had raised concerns about what we found in the appraisals, at least the one appraisal, Detective Jappy didn't seek appraisals from any of the other cases. Right, so it seemed odd to me that he would get up here and say that this was all about mail. Right, he said, "Oh, well, this is just
Objection, and this states the testimony."
Yeah, I guess I can't recall what the to my knowledge, the issue that was raised according to Detective Jappy was that this is about certified mailing. I can't recall what the other issue was. So, but I guess you can go back to your notes and see what Detective Jappy said to you, what this was about. Because that's, in my opinion, that's clearly not what this was about.
Objection.
This is my opinion. Okay. So personally, I believe it's likely that, based on what I'm going to discuss later about what Detective Jeppy did, I believe there's some type of compensation to him for all this. So I'm a witness.
I would just ask you to move on.
Sure, absolutely. And again, like I said before, I can have my opinions, right? And it's up to you to decide. I'm not the lawyer up here.
Uh-huh. Ask you to limit your testimony to your personal knowledge and the facts, because your opinions are not really relevant. And so I would ask you your personal knowledge and things that you observed, and any inferences and arguments that can be made, your attorneys will be able to make those at the end.
And if Your Honor, if you don't mind, for clarification's sake, again, when Zach Schilling was giving his opinion
It's not
about
appropriate,
circumstances.
But if you want to have a hearing at the end of the day, that's fine too. But again, I would just ask that you limit it to the facts and your personal knowledge and any of your observations.
So if I have a particular opinion on some of the testimony, can I share that?
Your opinions are not relevant at this time. So again, I would ask you to limit your testimony to facts and observations that you made.
And then according to the judge's counsel, those are matters that can be argued in closing.
So the attorney for Compass Realty began to stonewall me after the hearing, because what happened during the hearing is that I was granted this authority to engage in investigations against them. The judge, you'll see what the judge decided about the situation. Yeah, I think that they had a lot to worry about. And that was June 29th that hearing occurred. So, but after that hearing, there still has to be a paper order that is entered, that is filed, in order to grant the power that was actually given during the hearing, right? So you got to have that written order in hand in order to act. I had to basically, as part of the process, you have to send the order to the other attorney, and you all have to try to agree to the terms of the order, and both sides sign it if they agree upon it. The attorney for Compass Realty just would not, and things got delayed. And then finally, the order got filed. It was on, I believe, August 29th. My apologies, but I do have the order that I drafted in the estate of Rajab Abdul that I'd like to share as N1.
Nancy?
N as in Nancy.
One is admitted.
Thank you. My apologies. It was actually filed on August 31st, 2022. And as you all know, Mr. Gurman was murdered on September 2nd, 2022. But I guess I also want to mention at the same time that I was fighting Compass Realty in probate court, and also beyond trying to work with Detective Jappy on that criminal investigation. I'd also filed a complaint with the Nevada Real Estate Division as well. And I'd raised the issues that I've discussed already, and also I raised issues about some of the other codes related to real estate that were being broken, because Compass Realty was selling properties to Adam Fenn, one of their own agents, using the same, it appears, using the same scheme. And when Mr. Gurman was murdered, a couple of things happened. One, the new public administrator did not finish acting on any of the investigation in Rajab Abdul. There's been no activity. So any of the investigating that I was going to do is not being done at this point. And the complaint I made with the Nevada Real Estate Division, I got documentation that it closed in November of 2022. And so, I believe that this was, it'd be quite a coincidence if, the fact that Mr. Gurman was killed and was put on me, that they just had a serendipitous benefit from that all these things that were coming to a head for them, it's done. No repercussions, no nothing. So, that's, I'll leave it to you, to think about that. And then in early August, and you heard Detective Jappy saying in early August that Rita Reed and Alicia Goodwin approached him, and that, after they approached him, that Kimberly McMahon approached him. And you heard that Kimberly McMahon was somebody who worked as a real estate agent for me at the public administrator's office, and she again was a lieutenant at Metro, and that she had raised these allegations of a bribery scheme. And I can't recall the date. I think it was August 7th or so, and I'm going to get that information for you here soon. But later, it was August 17th that Detective Jappy had an interview with Kimberly McMahon at, I guess, the Department of Homeland Security, I believe. And the statement from that is, one, I don't know if we want to do two, I got one document coming right after the other. I don't know. I'd like to try to also, because I would like to show you that, the facts that are embedded within Detective Jappy's, or I should say the probable cause statements embedded within his statement that don't match up to the statement from her interview. And that's what I would like to share with you. So we'll see if I can get that done. I believe it's 01, and the search one, I believe, I'm working with a grease pen. The writing's kind of thick. I don't know if it's S1. I'm so sorry. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. It was the search warrant that Detective Jappy had done. Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, because unfortunately it could be. It could be.
Is it either P2 or Q2 application affidavit for search warrant?
If it's by Derek Jappy, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this time 01 is not admitted, and we can't find the other document, but I think at the end of the day, after the jury is excused, we can go further into that.
So, Kimberly McMahon had provided again, an interview, and in it, I guess I can speak to it. I'm hoping I can speak to my personal knowledge at least on it. I understand that she had alleged that.
Objection, hearsay.
You're not gonna, you can't go into any hearsay or what somebody else said.
Okay, well, supposedly I had requested a commission from Kimberly, and
Objection, hearsay?
I believe he's referring to the testimony that had been elicited from Detective Jackson in his cross-examination.
Okay, so you can, I mean, if that's what you're talking about, you can just offer whatever relevant testimony you have.
so, it was claimed by, that I asked her for commissions and, or for a referral fee, which would have allegedly been in March of 2019. But she ended up making a claim that
Objection, hearsay.
so
Sustained, you
She-
can't
she-
talk about anything she said.
so she was interviewed. I guess you can do the math. She was interviewed by Detective Jappy 3.5 years later on that supposed issue. So, I think that, and also at the time I only had 4 months left on my office, right? So why would, personally, I'm not sure why someone would wait 3.5 years to make a claim.
Proper opinion.
Okay,
Just offer an
sure.
opinion
Okay, Your
at
Honor.
this point.
That's okay. I'll go on. So, so Detective Jappy obtained this search warrant into me, being able to now from that point forward track me starting August 17th. And it seems to, at least until September 7th, right? I had requested all these surveillance logs when I was representing myself. And originally I'd received only 3
Objection,
from that whole time.
objection.
Sure.
I'm not sure why that would be relevant, so I'm gonna sustain the relevance objection at this point.
Sure. Oh, and I guess this goes to a comment that Detective Jappy had made, Your Honor. Detective Jappy had said that they performed.
The objection was
Oh,
sustained.
okay, but
So, but if you
but
wanna take it up at the end of the day, I'm happy to.
oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to explain. Okay, so can I speak about what he had said?
Hearsay.
I mean, as far as okay, well, I mean, I thought that if it was testified in court, that I could repeat his testimony in court. Is that still hearsay?
Well, generally, I don't like witnesses to say, this is what another witness said.
Sure,
I mean,
but
the jury will be the ones to determine what the testimony was, but if you have something to add based on his testimony.
exactly,
all about
exactly
that.
right. So in order to provide context for what to provide next, I just have to remind them of what his testimony was. That's all. Is that
Well,
okay?
that's exactly what I don't allow witnesses to do, is tell the jury what another witness testified to. You can say generally, but it's not appropriate to inform the jury what another witness testified to, unless
So-
you have a transcript of that testimony.
So what I'll do then is I will ask if we could share now. So it came to my attention that from reviewing the file into the investigation into Compass Realty, that Cynthia Sauerland was surveilled 2 days in a row. And so hopefully you can remember why that is important. And so I would like to introduce, if I may, M2.
at this time, the objection is gonna be sustained. However, if Mr. Draskowitz wants to call Detective Jappy back, and go into this, that is fine as well.
Thank you.
And so, because I've got other items I want to review in advance of, you know, certain exhibits to make sure that I can get them in for what occurred on 9/2. I'm going to go ahead and go forward, and then I'll save that discussion for later. So, the Sunday after Mr. Gurman was murdered, you know, I learned, and I was shocked. You know, I think that, you know, it was unreal. Then the following day, I know there was testimony about, well, I'd like to see if, I know there's been an exhibit that's been admitted, and it's regarding a discussion between me and Roberta Lee. I don't know if we can publish that. That would have been a discussion a text message discussion we had regarding the killer's SUV. It's a state exhibit.
That would have been a state's exhibit.
Correct.
It was listed during, correct.
Something else, and then when we have, find the exhibit.
The state's exhibit, okay. All right, thank you.
So, when we were having that conversation, you might have, I mean, she had shared a picture of this SUV, and in the picture, in the comment above it, it said something along the lines of, the front rims don't match the back rims. And I looked at the picture and thought, oh, well, you know what, that's, okay, that's not, you know, that's clearly not my vehicle. And so that's what I was, you know, that's what I conveyed in the text messages that have been admitted. So I don't know if it's
This is the exhibit that you're referring to.
correct, which I would think you'd normally call it hearsay, but they've been admitted, so.
I'm here for the record, this is state's exhibit 343 that's been.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir, I'm sorry, could I? Can I ask you to,
And of course,
Absolutely.
so, here this General Bob Custer, I'm not sure who the gentleman is, but he says that the Las Vegas murder suspect vehicles have a different spoke pattern. Most vehicles have wheels with matching patterns. So when I saw that, I thought, oh, okay, well, obviously it's not my car because my rims all match. And so that was the substance of that conversation. But later I thought, well, holy crap, excuse me, sorry. Like, my gosh, it still can't be a coincidence that the killer is driving a vehicle that's like mine. So I started to get really scared. Right? It couldn't seem to be any kind of coincidence that this person was driving a vehicle that was just like mine. Thank you, sir. So I went outside, just double checked, make sure I'm not losing my mind. I looked like, okay, well, my rims match, okay. And so I went ahead and started washing the cars, trying to just take my mind off things, And I watched the 3 cars, but there's been a debate about whether or not law enforcement knew 1 or 3. And that is what it is. Then at night, after dinner, I started making, like cooking for my daughter's lunches. My one particular daughter, she won't eat like the school lunch, or she didn't at the time. So I'd make her chicken fried rice off of like a Google recipe. I was distracted, I inadvertently cut my finger. And I cut it across the tip of the finger, right? And if you look at the picture, it was, I don't know if we need to bring the picture up or not, but is that something we should do, or? So basically, you'll see that it may be difficult to see, but the way that I cut it was as I was chopping right across the tip. I don't know what the
I don't mean to interrupt.
No, sure.
Because we do have a photo that was a state.
Oh, okay. Sure, please. Yeah. Tell you about this other related situation. So while I was being self-represented, I attempted to seek these surveillance videos that included the video of me washing my car, or videos of me washing my cars. The judge granted the production of that. However, I never received the videos. And
The objection was sustained.
oh, okay. So
The motion to strike is granted.
I believe the videos show that I didn't have the finger injury. If you think about it, if somebody has a serious finger injury, would they be washing?
Objection argumentative.
I mean, I would not be washing.
Testify about your own
Sure.
experience.
Oh, sure, Your Honor. I believe I would not be washing my 3 vehicles if I had a serious finger injury. And as you've probably already gathered, you're going to hear about the fact that I was at the gym at around noon, and I believe I would not be working out with a serious finger injury. Sir, you have that?
Yes, I'm, court's permission, I'm going to publish. It's been admitted 185.
So, I mean, it may be tough to see that again. Like I said, it was a lateral cut, or, you know, it went across the tip.
You see it close up.
Okay, please. So you can see I still have the tip of my finger, if you can see it there. I had put super glue on it, and they pulled the super glue plug out of my finger, and so that's, you know, and the reason it's all gunky like that is because, again, the super glue mixed with blood. So, thank you, sir. But so when I cut my finger that night, I had used scissors to cut, you know, the super glue bottle had actually, the tip had dried. Sometimes when I have an open super glue bottle, the tip dries and I have to cut the tip. Right? So I had to grab scissors in order to do that. And I inadvertently left blood on the scissors that I forgot to clean off. But once I cut the tip off the super glue bottle, I super glued the tip of my finger together. I believe my healing process is such that I would not have had such a nasty injury for 5 days. Again, I can't speak to anyone else's healing process, but, you know, that is what it is. I think we're going to discuss the situation of the surveillance log later. Is that right? Okay.
That is correct, based upon the judge's ruling.
Okay. So you heard that a search warrant was obtained, and I got pulled over early in the morning on September 7th, 2022. The officers came at me with their guns drawn, yelling at me, and I was basically coming from dropping off my stepson at school, getting ready to go home to pick up one of my other daughters and then take her to school. And so they just, out of nowhere, 3 police cars just run up on me from the back, and I just scared. I had no idea what was going on. I mean, yeah, they basically yell at me to just stand. I can't remember exactly what they said, but, you know, they're yelling at me. They patted me down. They handcuffed me. They threw me in the back of a patrol car. I asked them what I did. I asked them, you know, can I call somebody? Can I do anything? I mean, I did this for over an hour and a half. Just tell me what's going on. Tell me what's, you know, I mean, obviously at this point, I had my suspicions because of like the whole, you know, just all that thing. But they wouldn't tell me what was going on. They just left me there. And the whole time my family didn't know where I was. As far as I know, my daughter was expected for me to come home and take her to school. I was distraught already by that point. I believe you've heard how distraught I was about my family and, you know, what they were going through at that moment that I could imagine. It was my understanding that if I went to the Summerlin Area Command for them to just take this DNA and to take photographs of me, that I would be allowed to just come right back to my vehicle and go on my way. That was what I was led to believe. And then can I get, and I was led to believe that, and later I found out that 5 minutes after that, my vehicle was towed away. May I get YouTube? Yes, that should be a CAD log from a traffic stop?
You two is admitted.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And throughout this, you can see how they're mentioning that I'm going to Palo Verde to drop my stepson off at the bus stop for LBA. On page 9 of this CAD log, it's about the sixth line down says on September 7th, 2022 at 8:09 a.m. request tow. So I was led to believe that I'd be able to come right back home, but when the tow was called in, or when you see a tow on that report a few minutes later, I don't know that that was really what was intended. So then I was held there at the Summerlin Area Command. They did the swab, they did the photos, and then they took my jeans. I don't know how we're doing for time, but we show with my jeans and
Mark and admitted.
also there's a photo as well.
Let me make sure we're out there.
Do you want Mr. Draskovich to hold up the jeans?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Draskovich, here's a bigger glove if you want.
Could we also publish that? Is that photo good?
Yes.
Oh,
Photo.
there should be. I'm sorry. Go on.
Is this the photo that you'd like?
No, sir. It's one that shows the front of the pants.
Gentleman on 92, yes, you want to make sure these pants, the photograph that has a capture.
Actually, it may take a few more minutes, Your Honor. So I don't know if you want to just end it.
All right, so it's probably a good time to conclude.
I swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Tejas. First name is Robert, Robert. Last name is Tejas, Telles.
may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, with respect to Compass Realty's motives, I wanted to show you a probate court video. I'd like to see if we could share that.
This is going to be D3, and it's not been admitted yet.
You objected on this matter.
Obviously, you're
Right.
The state has withdrawn any objections, so it will be admitted. It will go back with the jury panel. However, I'm not going to allow you to publish.
So when you do go back, if you could please review that video. I would like to ask if, getting back to where we were yesterday, if I could ask that we please share, well, first of all, I'd like to share a picture of the killer's pants. I believe it is a zoomed in version of one of the videos that was provided by the state.
And we have it.
Yeah, we have the photo, we have the thumbprints that are representation.
I have it on my computer as well, it's clearer if we do it this way.
Okay,
As
and
been
it's
previously
exhibit,
admitted. Yes.
it's state's exhibit, just for the record.
I wanna say it's 370.
What are they trying to show?
It's the-
The
It's
state,
the
the state
PIO,
exhibit
it's the
that's been
lowest.
admitted, I just
It's the
pre-published.
lowest.
Yes.
What was the number of flash drive?
It's
Oh,
a-
the flash drive?
Correct, we addressed it yesterday.
Okay,
It's also the flash drive that I gave you, they gave this month as well.
that's going to be court's indulgence, state's exhibits, 338.
There's 338.
338, and you may publish.
Yes.
Chris. You guys are in here every day, so
What are we trying to do?
just that picture, I
I'm
don't
just zooming in.
even know where that's coming from.
Well, my guess would be you have this item. It's like, so let's just close it. Don't know why that's.
Thanks, Shannon.
If I may, I'd like to publish Exhibit A. Hit it in there.
She can stand up here.
Thank you, sir.
The defense is publishing to the jury Exhibit A.
I'd like to show the two, my jeans versus the killer's pants. I personally don't believe that they look the same.
Objection, his opinion is irrelevant.
Right, sustained.
And I'd like to also note that none of my other pants, jeans, or anything else were taken from my home on the day of the search. As a result of my jeans being taken from me that day, I was put into that paper suit. And you've seen the photo of the paper suit. And the room was cold. I asked, well, when I attempted to have the temperature adjusted, there was no help there. So I spent the day freezing in that paper suit. There were various things that were done to, I believe, break me. I had conveyed concern all along about my family, and as time went on during this detention, interrogation, whatever, I learned of various things that I believe would tend to, and did for me, break someone's spirit. I was informed that all of my vehicles were being taken away. And this was early in this interrogation. This was before they supposedly found a shoe, that they were taking all my vehicles away, which made no sense to me. When I wanted to reach out to talk to my family, to try to put them at ease, I was denied the ability to make any phone calls. When I wanted to speak to an attorney, I was denied the ability to talk to an attorney. It was my understanding that my rights were being suspended because I was not arrested, I was just being detained. Later, again, detectives took advantage, I believe, of my feelings for my family by referring to them over and over. And, it was a lot. Then all had finished. They were finished with the search, and they took me back home. And the media was outside my house, and somebody followed me all the way to my garage door with a microphone in hand. I don't know if I'd say chasing me per se, but she was walking pretty briskly all the way up to my house. And while that was, I'm sure, her right, I wasn't. It didn't help the situation. To know that the media had been tipped off and they were swarming around the house. Then I walked into the house, and what I saw hit me even harder. I'd like to share the photos of my house after Metro finished their search. I think it's A2 to maybe S2.
Let's go A2 through I2. Yes, A2 through I2.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted into evidence, and
And Mr. Dreskich, oh, I'm sorry.
do you want to publish?
I would, if you would mind, could you take maybe 10 seconds of photo and flip them for me? Thank you, sir.
You want to see the photos? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I guess maybe, but when we publish them, if you could publish them for about 10 seconds if you would. And then I'm very, what I'm concerned about, publishing are the photos of the inside of my home
They are.
and what,
Yes.
so, thank you, sir.
This is A2.
So this is what I walked into in my house starting.
This is A2, A1.
All right.
Okay, I know the similar looking photo?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you done with this photo?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is B2.
And coincidentally, I was led to believe that they were not going to make a mess of my house.
This is C2. This is D2. This is E2. This is F2. This is G2. This is H2. This is I2. And this is J2.
So I found my wife sitting on the floor in our bedroom in the middle of this mess. And so this for me was, you know, the thing that just broke me. I'm sorry. I knew I didn't do this thing, and yet the police claim to have this evidence. Did what they did to me, and I have a $1 million life insurance policy. I didn't want my family to have to go through more torture, and so I don't know what I was thinking, but I thought, you know what, if I can avoid the pain that they're going to suffer during this whole circus, and put some money into their hands to make up for me not being there, then maybe this is the thing to do. But it was me never. I'm not guilty. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. But as you can see, I attempted suicide. And SWAT came in and pulled me out and put me into that ambulance. Detective Jappy came into the ambulance, and when he came to the ambulance, he came in to extract a confession from me. It was conveyed that if I would just plead guilty, that
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
and in response, I said that I'm innocent, but I don't want my family to go through this. This thing that's going to happen. I guess what I said exactly was, I know that I would prove I'm innocent at trial, but I don't want my family to go through the pain. And I wish that I had the audio to prove that to you, but apparently it doesn't exist. I'm not certain how we ended up leading off with Mr. Gurman's I guess the response to Mr. Gurman's request for the messages between me and Roberta, the emails and the Microsoft Teams. The production of those items that were given to or that they were going to give to Mr. Gurman, it's a lot. I think it's probably hundreds of pages. So I think we were trying to see whether or not we could produce them electronically so that you could review those messages for yourself and see whether or not they're a motive for murder.
Good approach, please.
Okay, it's my understanding, based on the representations, that exhibit will be created and it will be marked and admitted after it's created. The state's going to put all those, I guess, communications onto a drive and it will be admitted.
Thank you. And it's my understanding they already produced that item. I don't know if we can make sure that what they're producing is.
It will be provided to you shortly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You'll be able to review it.
I would like to now share a photo of my Yukon that was taken at the police impound in their garage. It's 02.
We move for submission, or I believe it's being admitted by stipulation.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And if we may publish it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is a photo of my Yukon that, again, was taken by the police at the garage. If you will note, my Yukon doesn't have worn paint around the windshield like the killer's does. I'd like to note that I am in jail. I don't have access to Photoshop. To Photoshop this photo so that to remove any alleged paint, worn paint. I don't also have Photoshop to modify the picture that Mr. Mogg took that shows allegedly that there was worn paint on my car. I'll also note for you, just because, you know, the way that courts work and building records, that the doors on my car do lock and unlock, they do open, they do work. If someone were to open my car door, the visor, it works. It flips up, it flips down. So at any point, at any time, anyone could have opened the car door, flipped it up, flipped up my visor, flipped it down, even just prior to Mr. Mogg taking his photos. And so that's what I've got for that photo. Thank you very much. The cameras that are in the corner of my house, I did install those on September 5th after my wife and I heard what we thought was a gunshot in the neighborhood. If, you know, and I think that it'd be pretty easy to, you know, I know that I said that to Detective Gaddis in my interview, and also it was previously discussed that those cameras were not there during the surveillance on the 1st. So Mr. Mogg would not have found videos for the 2nd, for the 3rd, for the 4th. Personally, I believe that when there's no videos for all those days, I'm not sure how it could be so. No problem.
Testify regarding your observations.
Of course, Your Honor. Like that, sir? Is that okay? Okay, thank you. And so, I believe both, well, I can't tell you what other people testified to, but I will say that that day, on September 2nd, at 8:50 a.m., I did make a text message from my house. And I did not leave my house. And I'm just going to hit this one point really quickly. Through 9:10 a.m. at the very earliest. Okay. As I testify later, it was much later that I left my home, but that's, I believe, an important point. So 8:50 sent a text message, 9:10 I was still home. Now, I would like to share, if I may, R2, I believe, I'm not sure if that's been admitted by stipulation or not. These are the tweets that I made that had any reference to Mr. Gurman.
It's not yet been admitted.
It's marked as
R2.
The state had produced a Twitter file that was not in, you know, your typical web browser format. And so when we went to review this, this is how those tweets came up.
any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted, and you may publish.
Here, let's. So you'll notice that you heard about that tweet where I talked about where I joked about hearing rustling in the trash, you know, just a dig at Mr. Gurman, and that was the one that's listed on 6, I believe that's 6:18 at about 7 at almost 8 in the morning. You don't see the other tweets because again, for whatever reason they didn't. When they produced this document, they didn't produce replies embedded in it. So, but that's the same one. And you see that my last tweet regarding Mr. Gurman is on 6/19. And there I say, at @JGurmanRJ, @ReviewJournal. Actually, it wasn't lashing out so much as making sure that you finish the story about the website and maybe poking a little fun. A winky face emoji. You know, I had created, and you'll see that, as has already been admitted, I created this portion of my campaign website that talked about the stuff that, that was different things that I disputed. And so I wanted to draw attention to that. So that's why I goaded Mr. Gurman into that a little bit. About the same time, it was actually June 16th, I had sent a text message to a friend who had reached out to me about, because he was, he just wanted to check in on me. And on the 16th, I conveyed to him that it's all good. I'm not actually mad at it. At this point, I was over it. I'm happy to move on. And I said, although, Gurman says he's going to do a third article, one about the website. I don't give a damn. LOL. I don't know if that's something that we can, thank you, sir, that we can admit, this text message. If we may, or if you could present it for admission.
This is he wishes
To offer.
to offer, we can make this as a proposal.
Yes. This is going to be J3.
Absolutely. No objection.
There being no objection, it's admitted and
Thank
being
you.
published.
So you can see the content of there again, 3 days before I sent that last tweet. So again, there were never any messages where I would threaten Mr. Gurman. I'm certain that if there were, they would have been produced. Thank you, sir. The way that I handle things is I figure out ways to do things legally, and I'll discuss that in a little bit as to what I was planning. Your Honor, may I just stand up for one moment to show the jury why I didn't wear name brand shoes at the office, just for a moment, and
You just want to stand up?
right where I'm at.
Yes.
Okay. So, I don't know if you noticed the height difference. I wear lifts in my shoes. I'm about 6'5.5", and I call it a vanity thing, right? I just wanted to feel a little taller. And so, if I may just demonstrate why this is important. So, these shoes that have built-in lifts, they're designed in a certain way where they don't slip off a person's foot when you're wearing them, right? You can see how this is so elongated because there's a lift in here, right? So you can't put, it's not, from when I've tried, I could not put a lift in a name brand shoe because that shoe would slip right off. There's not enough of the back of this, once that lift's in there, in order to grab a hold of your foot. So essentially, I'd be kicking my shoes off every time I walk. So, I never wore, again, any type of name brand shoe at the office, and I think that's something that will likely be discussed at closing, and how that's relevant. Which, of course, brings me to the shoes in the house. I did not cut up a shoe and hide it under my couch. I did not cut up a hat and put it in an open door of my toolbox. I did not kill Mr. Gurman, so I did not take a bag with my children's basketball and football out of the bin and use it during the commission of a murder. So, I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. I guess, my next statement would have been argument, so let me skip that. And I think my attorney has already kind of discussed with you the deletion of this body cam video. I guess next I just want to share, I'm going to try to share some thoughts with you about the killer. It was strange to me that the killer.
Objection, proper opinion.
I didn't get to hear, so, what did you,
I'll-
what's the topic?
Well, I wanted to talk about my observations about the killer.
Okay, you can testify about any facts and observations that you've made.
Observations that I made about the evidence that I've reviewed, Your Honor?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. It was strange to me that the killer walked around the neighborhood.
Again,
It's
Uh,
already.
facts and observations that you have made.
Right, and I was clarifying earlier that if I reviewed the evidence as provided the state, but that's okay. I'll
Thank you.
I'll move on. So I did not. Make sure I get my order right here. So you saw a document with certain searches that said Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, those type of things. I'd like, and my apologies, I should have actually sought this out earlier. I don't know if we can, it's a state's exhibit, if we can dig that up.
What is it?
It was a list of searches for Mr. Gurman that was provided by the state, a lump of Cellbrite items.
Is that an extraction report? Yeah, it would be an extraction. You can approach and help me pick which one you want.
A lot of search results actually get pushed, or like pages get pushed up, is when people review or when people do a search and they visit a particular page based on the fact that they did these search terms, that would actually increase the ranking of the page. So I'll explain. So for example, again, if you Google Rob Tejas or Jeffrey Gurman, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, then you go to my page and you find the page and you click it, then Google's going to say, okay, we're going to push this up, right? When people search, we're going to get it further up the chain. And so when I was doing these searches, you'll see, sir, is it?
I may approach.
You may.
It's
It's in it.
State's Exhibit 356.
Thank you, sir. And sir, may I ask you to kind of go through this slowly on the Elmo, if you don't mind? If you don't mind, please.
You may publish.
So if I was trying to search for Mr. Gorman's personal information, I don't believe that I would repeatedly Google him over and over again. If you might focus, I don't know if you all can, if you might zoom in just a little bit more if you don't mind, sir. So you see that it starts off Jeff German, Las Vegas 4 times. Then I added Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator. And if you could flip that page, please, sir. And then from there, if you could go down just a little bit, if you don't mind, just so I can read the very top. Okay, Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator again. I did that a few times. And then if you could, and again, so if I was trying to find his address, I would be putting Public Administrator in the same search, right? If you could please flip that as well. So here I was trying to build a pattern. So next I searched Jeff German, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, which is my campaign website. Right, so later as I continued to research, I found out that the only thing it was going to do is bump the search result up on my own browser. But thank you, sir. So I ended up finding that there were paid services where you give them a credit card number and a certain amount of money to spend, and they have either one of 2 ways of doing it. They either have people in some other part of the country or the world manually typing in these search terms, from different spots to, and I guess it's, I don't know if you'd call it cheating to have somebody artificially pushing your website up, but I felt like, with what Rita Reed had done, that, if she was going to lie, that it was fair game for me to try to push my website up so that people could read the truth, right? So that was the purpose of those searches. But I never searched for Mr. German's address. And yeah, I would think that if I had, you would see a landing page of some sort that actually showed I searched for his address. So when I saw these supposed searches where I supposedly looked for his car, you got to have a man's address when you're putting it into, at least from what they showed, that supposedly they found the car by way of his address. I didn't know his address. So, and again, and I think if you would have seen some landing page showing that I knew it, I didn't know his address. Never been to his house. Didn't do a Google Maps search of him. And when it came to these photos that are supposedly surveillance, I don't know why anyone would do that. Sit there and take 100 photos of different cars. I don't even understand what the purpose of that is. It's my understanding that surveillance means you go tail a person, not sit there and snap off a bunch of pictures. And then there were these other items that the state had introduced, photos of articles, like screenshots of articles, screenshots of the, Facebook messages, like a discussion that I had with John Cahill. And those are items that I was actually collecting for a lawsuit. And did you all bring a copy of that lawsuit? The lawsuit draft? Rick, may I? So I had been writing a draft of a lawsuit, and as I said earlier, this is the way that I wanted to handle this issue. If we may take a look at it so I can tell you.
Thank you.
I couldn't sue my employees because that would just look bad. But I felt that after I lost the election, they were fair game. Because my original thought was that, if I won, or if I tried to sue them in advance of the election, that people would say, he's just trying to shut up people, right? And I got advice to that extent. And so I took it. I said, okay, well, I'm from an attorney. I'm like, all right, well, I won't sue them now. and my hope is that I was going to win. And I think I came pretty close, but it is what it is. So once I lost, I said, you know what? Fair game. I'm going to sue them. May I? Oh, I am so sorry, sir. Okay. Okay. And so again, this is a draft of a lawsuit. It's an unfinished lawsuit that I had started drafting, and it was going to be on behalf of myself as my own attorney, as part of the law firm that I had, Accolade Law. And I would like to ask that this be admitted.
Any objection? Is it public?
So you can review that and see that, again, this is the reason that I had actually captured some of those pictures. Oh, sorry, sir. Okay. Now, the interesting about, this situation, and I guess, I had done my own research on cases, and I had found that there were actually cases where even DNA evidence had been planted. There was a case where apparently it was an officer-involved shooting, and the police were pretty sure they had their people.
Objection, relevance?
Yeah, the objection is sustained.
Well, it goes to my theory, but I guess we'll have to save that for later. That day, September 2nd of 2022, as I mentioned earlier, I sent that text message, hung around home, had no watching TV or working. Somewhere probably around 10-ish, I went for a walk, came back home, and then got ready and went off to the gym. And if I could republish T2.
This has already been admitted.
See the witness just prior to
Absolutely, sure.
Thank you, sir. If you could please turn to the appropriate page. And as I said before, I'm techie, right? You see that my actual login, after you consider everything I do, to get ready to go to the gym, when they were ready to scan my phone, it was at 12:09. And I say it was my phone because I'm a techie person. The tag that was on my keychain, I abandoned it long ago. So that was from my phone. May I next republish, I believe it's States Exhibit 374 regarding text messages I received that day. Would you, if you don't mind, if you could publish it, please.
Will be published?
about 20 pages.
If you don't mind, we can just go through it briefly. My apologies. If we could go ahead and turn to the next page, please.
It's 374.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so if you could turn the page, please. Okay, if you could turn the page, please. You turn the page, please. If you could again turn the page, please. Now you see again that conversation I had with my daughter. Had my phone, responded, no problem. At 9 o'clock, still had my phone when I got an email from Jimmy John's. You could turn the page, please. Still had my phone when I got this message from, if you bring it down a little bit, or the other direction, please, from Cora. And when I got this text message from this spam, talking about how they wanted to sell my home, I didn't respond to that. If you could please, when I got the message from Macy's, I didn't respond to that. And again, still had my phone. When I got this, if you could go to the next page, please. This is, so we had recently changed our, at the office, the way that, or our vendor for the answering service. And with that, I asked that they create a system or implement a system where we're automatically texted for these things. Again, no response required. This is something that was assigned to Rita. It was just provided to me for my records. So nothing to respond to. Again, another email, no response needed, just junk mail. Sir, please. Again, another message from the answering service. Then at 10:36, I got a message from my wife with a picture of my daughter. And then if you can go up, my wife called about 10:43. I'd been out for a walk. I was just about to come in anyway, so I didn't respond. You'll notice that she did not call me again. She did not text me again. That's because I said, honey, I'm home. So can we go to the next page? Again, another junk mail. Then a phone call from Reputation Defender, junk. I don't feel the need to pick up the phone from everybody who's calling. And then another email, again, automated email, if you could change the page, please. And calendar invitation, junk mail, calendar invitation. And you'll notice by this time it's already 12:53 when we're at number 32. So I already have myself at the gym, right? So it's not like I've got to answer any of these things, right? And then I was done at the gym. I want to say I typically take about an hour there. And so it was, I don't know why I would have missed this call if I was in the shower or whatever. This would have been from the vendor for my daughter's diabetes supplies. So they left a message. And if you scroll down, it looks like they left a message about a sensor for my daughter. If I could turn the page. And if you could go up. So here again, like I said, you should have no doubts about the fact that I had my phone on me. Whatever anybody tries to argue, because again, I clearly had it. Went from the check-in. I say I had it all day. They may try to argue otherwise, but so when we continue on again, there's that message. Then my ex-wife sends me a message at 1:26, and I don't immediately respond to it. I don't feel the need to respond to every single text message immediately. I don't know, I'm personally that way. If I don't find a sense of urgency in it, I believe it can wait a bit. Sometimes I won't respond to, even if it's a person who's sending me a text message, I won't respond to the next day. It's just whatever mood I'm in. So I personally don't think that there's anything suspicious about my phone use here. Thank you, sir, very much. So I went to the gym, like I said, at about 12 and got checked in about 12:09. Did my workout, went home, picked up kids later, and I can't imagine the kind of person that would.
Objection.
Sustained.
So I personally can't imagine myself to be the kind of person.
Sustained.
I am not the kind of person who would stab someone.
The objection was sustained.
Okay. So I've never beat anybody up. I've never killed anybody. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And that's my testimony.
Okay, you may begin your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Sir.
And it's Mr. Tejas, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to start first with see if we can agree on a couple of things, okay? I was listening to your testimony. I'm going to publish States 311. I was listening to your testimony, and if I heard you correctly, many times during your direct you stated that this is the killer of Mr. Gammon, correct?
I didn't necessarily, but I'm sure it is.
I mean, if I heard you correctly, you kept saying, looking at the killer, this guy. I know you're not saying that's me, but you don't doubt that whoever that is killed Mr. Gammon. That would be fair, right?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned one of the things that struck you was you watched the autopsy, or you saw the autopsy photos, and you were struck by the violence of it, correct?
No, sir.
No, you did not. Were you bothered by the photographs?
I was.
Why is that?
Gruesome. I'm not used to seeing dead people.
Okay. I think you said it was ugly. Is that correct?
I may have.
All right. And you had told this jury that you felt like it looked like someone who knew what they were doing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You believe this was a professional hit?
And that's what I believe.
Okay. And you believe this killer is kind of almost like someone hired to do this job, like an assassin, essentially, right?
That is what I believe, yes, sir.
All right. Now I want to take a look at this picture for a second. The assassin seems to be wearing a giant sun hat. It's a pretty big hat, right?
Yes, sir.
It's fairly noticeable, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
You think that might attract attention?
I would think so.
Okay, but this is a professional.
Right.
All right. And this professional is also wearing a bright orange shirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
Professional?
Yes, sir.
But wouldn't that attract attention?
I think that's part of the reason, actually. If I could elaborate.
No. You believe that professional assassins want to draw attention to themselves when they're carrying out murder. That's your testimony?
When they're framing someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes. You believe professional assassins like to draw attention to themselves.
It depends on what the nature of their goal is, and if it's to frame someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Your professional assassin is wearing a big saddlebag, right?
It's a big bag.
Right. He's wearing Nikes, correct?
Correct?
Not generic shoes, Nikes, isn't that right?
Right, right.
Okay. Gray Nikes, is that right?
Correct.
All right. Let's cue over to the overhead, if we could, or to the computer, if we could. All right. I'm playing the PIO video from Exhibit 338. So this is your assassin walking in the middle of the day, correct?
My assassin?
All right, this is the assassin, the killer, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Seems to have a little bit of a hitch in his getup.
Yes. I don't know. I guess it's an opinion.
And you don't disagree that's from, you've seen all the footage. That's the killer's car, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a maroon Denali. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
You own a maroon Denali. Isn't that correct?
I do, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me at least get to. Let's look at it for a second. So there's no doubt that the killer took a maroon Yukon Denali to Garriman's house to perform, as you have explained to us, to be some sort of professional hit.
Yes,
Right?
sir.
Okay. So I'd like to publish the PowerPoint, if we could. It's still from Exhibit 338, Your Honor. But it is the PowerPoint video. I want to turn our attention to slide number 72. This is after Mr. Garriman has been killed, but if we watch this footage, isn't it true that we see the killer come back to the scene?
Yes.
And the killer seems to be looking around as if he forgot something, right?
I've watched the video. I don't know what he's doing.
We don't know.
Right,
But
right.
we know a professional killer killed someone in broad daylight, made it a point to park on a completely different street, but then for some reason decided, oops, I forgot something, and drove all the way back.
My belief is that he wanted to make sure to commit the crime, and then when he was done, he wanted to make sure the SUV was seen in front of the house.
So let me get this straight. We've watched the footage, right, Mr. Tellis?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that the Yukon parks on Wintergreen initially?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the streets, but I mean, if you say so, yes.
We'll put it to you this way. He didn't park on Bronze Circle, did he?
Not initially, no.
And by your logic, if the killer wanted to be seen, shouldn't he have just parked on Bronze Circle originally?
I would have thought that, if he wanted to make sure he got the job done first, that he would not have actually parked the SUV in front to begin with.
Oh, so
That's my belief, because,
okay.
again, that isn't me.
So you have a killer who goes all the way out of his way to park on a completely different street, walks the whole length, does the killing, drives out of the complex, and then makes a U-turn, comes all the way back into the complex, pulls up, gets out, looks around for something, and you believe that's all part of the assassin's plan?
And again, I don't know what he's doing in that video.
No, I'm just using your words, your thought process.
Absolutely.
You believe that was all part of the plan.
I do. It wasn't me, so
Sir, doesn't that look a little amateurish?
I would like to think that I wouldn't use my own car if I was actually the person who did this.
Well, Well, doesn't it look a little amateurish to take the steps to park on the side of the street, then you forget what you dropped, probably your murder weapon, who knows, wear this goofy sun hat, a bright orange shirt. I mean, you really think that looks like a professional killer?
I do. Again,
Okay.
it wasn't me, so
Okay.
yes.
All right, sir. And when you looked at the car, you thought, gosh, that looks just like my vehicle, right?
Except for the rims, yes, sir.
Sure, we'll get to the rims in a second. In fact, let's talk about that right now.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to slide 41. slide 40. All right. So, you see that picture right here of the rims?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, do you see, if we're talking like clock positions, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, you know what I'm talking about? If I'm referring to that?
The 12 o'clock is north.
Yes. So 12 o'clock is
Or up.
totally to the top, and then you've got 6 o'clock is to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So look at this bottom right-hand picture. Isn't it true that when you look at the front wheel, the spokes on this wheel are not all the same size, correct?
Right.
They alternate in thickness,
Correct. Correct.
At the 12 o'clock position, it's a narrow spoke, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the next two on either side of it widen out. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And in the 6 o'clock position, that's a fat, wide spoke. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's surrounded by two narrow spokes. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it totals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different spokes. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, whenever you look at one spoke, let's say at the 12 o'clock position, when you look at the opposite position, it's the thicker one, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if you look at a smaller one, if you look the opposite direction, it's going to be thicker, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that, when we look at the picture of this widened spoke on the killer's car, you see that on this wheel on the front, and you see it on the back wheel. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Publishing 322. We could cue over. That's your car, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
There's no doubt about it, is it?
No, I don't believe so.
That is the car that you don't normally drive, isn't that right? Because you drive a BMW.
Right. I drive it occasionally to make sure that the battery doesn't die.
Right. Let's look at your wheels, because your testimony was, my rims are different. Let's look, no, sir, I'm question pending. Let's look at the front tire. You see the front tire?
Yes, sir.
The one closest to the 12 o'clock position is thick, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
The one directly opposite that, closest to the 6 o'clock position, is narrow, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Just like the car in the video, isn't that correct?
It has the same type of rims, yes.
It does. But that's not what you just told that jury on direct examination. You said you looked at a tweet from General Bob Custer, and you felt, oh gosh, my rims are different. Remember you told them that?
Yes,
You
because
relied on some person in the Twitterverse named General Bob Custer to give you peace of mind about whether or not your car matches the killer's car.
yes,
So, now looking at your rims, because let's look at them. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spokes on that wheel, correct?
yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car.
Similar to the killer's car, yes,
Not
sir.
similar, exactly like it, correct?
But they're not the same rims.
Sir, then let's take it this way. The 12 o'clock position is a fat, wide spoke, correct?
Yes, sir.
The 6 o'clock position is arrow, correct?
Yes,
When we looked at the photograph of the killer's car, it had that same pattern, isn't that right?
yes, sir.
And when we look at the other rims, let's say we're looking at a rim here in about the 1 o'clock position, it's narrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the opposite, it thickens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car in the video, right?
Again, similar to the killer's car.
Right. And it's the same way on all of your wheels, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, if we could cue back over to the PowerPoint presentation. Let's look at these windows. Bottom right-hand corner, sir. The front windows are not tinted, are they?
No, sir.
But the back ones are, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's cue over to your car. Your front windows are not tinted, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And your back ones are, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Coincidence?
I don't think so. I think the killer got a car like mine.
Okay. So you would agree your car looks exactly like the killer's car?
No, sir.
No, it doesn't?
There's a difference with that paint on the lower left-hand side that Mr. Maga testified about.
Okay. Let's talk about other similarities. We've seen footage from the video with the visor down, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I could pull up the slide, but we don't need to because you remember seeing it on the survey, on the videos, right, from the
Right.
PowerPoint?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, publishing 317. And look at that. Your visor's down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're suggesting that your professional hitman in the funny hat knew about your visor as well?
I'm saying that Mr. Mogg pulled my visor down.
Ah, but you didn't see that, did you, sir?
I didn't see him do it, but
Right. You didn't see it with your own two eyes, correct?
that is correct.
You're just telling it out of whole cloth, correct? You're speculating. Isn't that right?
I'm speculating just to the extent of who exactly did it, but sure.
Right. You don't even know who it was, correct?
It could have been another officer, yes.
Okay. So now it's not just Officer Mogg that's part of this conspiracy. There's other officers too. How many officers were part of this conspiracy?
I don't know.
Well, please tell me. How many do you think are involved?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
So you have no idea, but you think it might be Mogg and another officer, but you just can't come up with a number,
Well,
correct?
Mr. Mogg actually made some false representations about what happened. So yes,
Okay.
I mean, so
Sir,
I
isn't
don't know
it-
what his motivation would be otherwise.
Sir, isn't it possible that in your rush to drive back home, you just didn't even realize that a down visor might even be something of significance? Isn't that possible?
No, sir.
No. So you believe that it must have been the police, but you never witnessed anything like that happen.
I just
Correct?
know that I did not commit the murder, so that could not have been
Okay.
my
I
car or my
understand you're
visor.
not taking responsibility, sir, but just to get back to my question, you never saw anyone manipulate your car, correct?
I never saw anyone firsthand. No,
Thank you. But the visor is down, just like the killer.
and
Correct.
anyone could have removed it at any point in time,
The
sir.
answer to my question is yes. The visor is down, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
Anyone could have moved it at any point.
So the answer to my question is yes.
At
The
what-
visor is down, just like the killer's car.
You're talking about obviously at this point in time.
Your visor is down in your Yukon, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
Again, without knowing who did it, yes.
Thank you. You were here yesterday and you talked for approximately 2 hours. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you came here this morning and you talked for another hour or so, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's one thing I didn't hear you mention. The DNA. I'd like to talk about that with you. You're not disputing that your DNA is underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails, are you?
Yes, I am.
Okay. But you've heard the testimony. It's there, correct?
I don't know if it was there or at what point it might have gotten there, sir.
Okay. I'm not asking you how it got there. Are you really denying that your DNA is underneath the fingernails?
Without knowing the truth, yes, I am.
Okay. Well, you've heard witnesses testify.
Right.
So the DNA lab's in on it too?
I don't know. I don't know at what point. I don't know what point
How
this
did-
sample
then
was
how did you get
collected.
there? Sir, please tell this jury, how in the world does your DNA get underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails?
I don't know because I did not kill Mr.
So
Gurman.
you have no idea how it could have gotten underneath your fingernails, correct?
Under my
I'm
fingernails?
sorry, under his fingernails, correct?
I don't know that it ever was, sir.
All right. Let's do it another way. You and Mr. Gehrman are not friends, are you?
No,
Okay? You don't hang out with him ever?
sir. I did not ever hang out with Mr. Gurman when he was
The answer to
alive.
my question is yes. You didn't hang out with him ever, correct?
I did not.
He's never invited you over to his house.
No, sir.
You've never hung out, had drinks at a bar, correct?
No, sir.
There would be really no opportunity for him ever to put his hands on you in any sort of social situation, correct?
Correct, sir.
And yet, these two people who are not friends, your DNA just happens to be underneath his fingernails, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You just don't think it was legitimately placed there, correct? Or are you just ignoring the testimony of all of the witnesses that talked about how your DNA was underneath the fingernails?
Again, at some point or another, I believe it was planted because I did not kill Mr. Gurman. So,
Great. And by that logic, if you believe it was planted, you were at least admitting, yes, my DNA is underneath his fingernails, correct? Can you at
Well,
least agree with me on that?
whether it came from a sample of the fingernails or a different sample altogether, I don't know. I couldn't tell you,
But
sir.
the answer to my question is yes. You've at least acknowledging my
No, sir.
physical DNA is underneath the fingernails.
No, sir.
Okay, great. So So you're just going to disregard what all the other DNA witnesses said about this, correct?
And, you know,
Okay, that's fair. That's fine. Totally fine. Let's oh well, I still want to touch on this. You would agree that if I came up to you and I scratched your face or scratched your chest, there's a possibility I could get skin cells underneath my fingernails, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree that if someone was trying to fight for their life and were scratching at the killer, they could potentially get DNA from the killer underneath their fingernails. That's a possibility, right?
Is that speculation or is that?
No, I'm just asking you if it's a possibility.
I would imagine so.
Okay. Let's talk about your house for a second. When they went over to your house, they took a look underneath your couch. Publishing 224. That's your couch, right?
That is my couch.
And underneath your couch is a shoe and a chopped up shoe, right?
Right.
That's the gray Nike, correct?
Pure so, yes, sir.
Publishing 228. That's what it looks like, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's gray in color, correct?
Yes.
It is a Nike brand, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has a black swoosh, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has 4 horizontal or at least vertical bars in the middle of that shoe, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me. That's the shoe that the killer was wearing, correct?
I don't know that that's the case.
You don't know. Well, it sure looks a heck of a lot like it, right?
Yes, it could be the same model, but it could be a different size.
Sure. Let's just look at it.
I don't disagree that it's the same model.
Right. It's the exact same type of shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. So we're not in dispute about that. We can agree on that, right?
Right, yes, sir.
And your DNA is in those shoes that are found in your house, correct?
I don't know that to be the case.
Okay, but that's the whole thing of like it's a setup and I think the DNA people are framing me. Something along those lines, right?
Whether it's them or someone else?
You've
sure.
heard the results. The results say that your DNA is in that shoe. I mean, we did hear that, correct?
That is what we heard.
Okay. And you just think it's just another part of the conspiracy to somehow get your DNA into those shoes.
So I believe that there are officers who, when they think that a fellow officer needs help plugging holes in the case, that they're willing to do what they have to.
Okay. All right. You characterize this case as a case that has holes?
I think that Detective Jappy decided he wanted me for this, and everybody decided to assist him because they thought,
Jappy's a part of it now, too.
oh, he's always
So
been.
we've got the DNA lab, we've got Jappy, we've got Mog. We haven't even touched Compass yet. We will. We'll get there because they're part of it, too, correct?
So they paid Detective Jappy, yes.
Okay, great. Well, we're going to get to all that in
Of
a
course,
second.
absolutely, sir.
So here's the thing. Are the shoes underneath the sofa of your house, are those actually your shoes?
That I don't know for sure. I do have similar ones, but again, I have not,
Oh, you similar. Publishing 360.
Mhm.
It's the same shoe, isn't it?
It is potentially the same shoe as the one, yes.
Well, sir,
Mhm.
you're not doubting that this is a photograph of shoes that belong to you, correct?
Right.
Okay.
This is me.
So this wasn't planted evidence, right?
The picture of the shoe, no.
Okay, great. And you were claiming ownership over that shoe, right?
Right.
So it's gray in color, right?
Mhm.
It's got the black Nike swoosh, correct?
Right.
It's got the 4 black horizontal bars in it, right?
Right.
And you would agree with me when you wore those shoes, you probably left your DNA behind there in those shoes, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying now that it's just a pure coincidence that the exact same type of shoe sitting underneath your couch in your house with your DNA on it, that's not the shoe?
Remember that I was under surveillance by Detective Jappy, and this was on a day that I was under surveillance.
Let's
I'm
get
not-
back to my question, sir.
Yeah.
You're trying to tell me that the shoe that you see in that photograph, that you claim ownership on, that you say you put your DNA in, that looks identical to the shoe that's underneath your sofa, underneath the recliner. You're saying those two are not the same shoes?
I don't know that they are.
Okay. It's just another crazy coincidence, right?
When somebody chops up a shoe and puts it under the couch, that's a little strange.
Right. And here's the interesting thing. Look at the date on this. This is August 19th,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, sir.
So
And
we're
again,
talking, like-
surveillance started at 8:16.
Right. No. But this image is in your phone, right?
This particular image, I'm sure I've likely texted it to my wife to say, "Hey, I'm rock climbing indoors."
So here's the thing. How? Oh, so you're saying, okay. So you believe because you were under surveillance, what? That they knew the type of shoes you were wearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've seen the photos from the surveillances, right?
I have seen some of the photos from some of them. Not everything was produced to
You're
me.
not wearing the Nikes.
Not everything was produced to me, sir.
Okay. Of what was produced to you, which was everything,
It was not.
you're not wearing the Nikes on the days that you're surveilled. Isn't that right?
This
Sir,
819 was
Sir, I
during.
need you to focus on my question. Isn't it true on the days that you are surveilled, you're not wearing the Nikes, correct?
That is not true.
Okay. So we'll pull them and we'll take a walk down that lane because every single day, isn't it true you are not wearing the Nikes?
That is not true, sir.
Okay, you're wearing your little moccasins, the gray ones, the topsiders. Remember those? You own those, right? You
Whatever.
own gray
What are
topsiders, right?
what are topsiders? I don't know.
I'm dating myself, I guess. But they're like a boat shoe. They're kind of like it's like almost like a grayish felt, but they're not Nikes. You
But-
were wearing those when you were surveilled, correct?
If you want to put the photos, I can confirm
So then
whatever.
The answer to my question is no, you don't know the answer as to what shoes you're wearing on the days you were surveilled.
I have
correct?
like a tan shoe that I probably wore during some surveillance.
Don't worry. We'll get the photos and we'll
Okay.
go through it.
Absolutely.
Okay. So here's the thing. If Compass Realty framed you, how in the world would they know about these shoes?
Again, I said that I was under surveillance by Metro on this date, 819, and obviously they took photos
Uh-huh.
and they provided those to Detective Jappy.
Okay.
So
So what? And then Jappy did what with them?
pass them to whomever he needed to. Again, I didn't commit the murder, so
Okay. So, sir, there's no way Compass Realty could know you had shoes like that.
they're
Correct?
not without being informed.
Okay. And this phone and this data about your phone isn't produced until after you're arrested, correct?
I don't know when it was produced.
You had your phone with you on the day that you're arrested, right?
Yes, sir.
Like, you didn't give it to Jappy in early September, did you?
No, sir.
No, you had it with you the whole time until you get arrested, right?
That I know, yes, sir.
And that was on September 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Therefore, the only way anyone could learn about information inside your phone would have to be after the murder was committed, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You think there's a way that someone could have found the contents of your phone prior to the murder?
We heard earlier about the fact that someone can actually hack phones, yes. And whether it was that they found it that way or by surveillance,
We heard about the hack. It was just a question asked by your attorney. No witness ever testified that your phone was hacked, correct?
but you asked if there was only one means, and
Okay.
no, there's more than one means, sir.
Okay. Sir, let's just be clear about one thing. You have had possession of your phone through the entire month of August of 2022, correct?
It wasn't in my sight 24/7.
Sure, but you weren't loaning it to anyone, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Compass Realty, correct?
That would be weird.
Yeah, it would be. You didn't give it to Derek Jappy, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Cliff Mogg, correct?
No, sir.
Because you didn't even know who Cliff Mogg was at that point, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give your phone to anybody from Metro, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, so now let's get to some of the other interesting things that are in your phone. Oh, by the way, and you also have DNA on the scissors, right? Or are we denying that? Or is that one you're at least acknowledging because of the cooking thing?
No, my blood was on those scissors.
Okay, so Metro got that one right.
Yes.
That wasn't a frame job.
No, well, I do think that they used some of the DNA from that, but
But before we move on, I gotta ask you this too. So, like, if Metro's really, so you think Metro's framing you for this?
as I said before, I think that we've got some officers who are overzealous and who've decided to help Jappy plug holes in his case,
Sure.
not knowing what his relationship was with Compass Realty.
Here's a,
Objection,
sir.
if you'd be allowed to answer the question before.
Okay.
Next question, please.
Sir, I got a question for you. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department wanted to frame you. Why didn't they put the murder weapon in your house?
I think that maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I mean,
Great question, because if the murder weapon that had Gehrman's DNA in was inside your house, wouldn't that be an even better case?
yeah, but at the same time, I think if,
But it's not there, is it?
no,
No, it's not. Even though, according to you, they control everything, they don't put the murder weapon on you?
Mhm.
Does
Well-
that make any sense?
I think it does.
Okay. How about this? If Compass Realty wants to kill you, why don't they encourage Metro like, we'd really like you to put the murder weapon in there? Why didn't they do something like that?
I don't know.
That seems really odd that the most significant thing is not in your house, correct?
I think what's odd is that 5 days after the murder, that supposedly there was a shoe
So the answer
and
to my
also a
question-
hat in my house.
So the answer to my question, the most significant piece of evidence, the murder weapon, is not in your house despite your theory you've been framed.
That's correct, sir.
Let's talk about this. We've seen the picture of the killer. What's the most notable thing, by far the most notable thing on the killer's person?
It's either the hat or the shirt.
It's the shirt, right?
Mhm.
And that shirt is not in your house, is it?
No.
If Metro or Compass or Rita or Cliff all wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the bright orange coat in your house?
I couldn't speak to that. All I can tell
Doesn't
you is,
that sound not very professional if they're trying to set you up?
I don't know, maybe for plausibility's sake, they put half the
Oh,
stuff
they
in
want to
there. I'm
dial
not
it
sure.
back.
I don't know.
Okay. Here's another thing. Why don't they cover your car in Gehrman's DNA? Why
Uh,
did they do that?
Because they didn't have access to the car until the day that Mr. Mogg took photos.
But they have, I mean, they control everything. They take it to their CSI garage and they rub it full of DNA. Why is there no DNA of Gehrman in your car? And if they want to frame you, why isn't it there? Do you have an answer for that?
Sir, I don't know.
Okay. But one of the things that we do know is that prior to your arrest, you do in fact wash that car, correct?
The exterior only.
You still wash it, correct?
Oh, yes.
And your testimony to this jury was, after Rita told me about the tweets about the car that I found so strikingly similar, I went out and washed my car. You told them that on direct. Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
I meant Roberta. After Roberta told you, gosh, that looks just like your car, and you read John R. Custer's tweet, you went out and that prompted you to start washing the Yukon.
No.
That's not your testimony.
No. I said that I washed all 3 vehicles.
Great. Including your Yukon.
Yes.
Right. Because you'd agree if you only wash one of them, that might look a little suspicious, right?
I don't know that I was planning things to be suspicious or not suspicious, sir.
Okay. But let's just be clear. You would agree with me, washing things can make evidence go away. Isn't that right?
I would think DNA evidence would be inside of a vehicle, not on the outside, sir.
Sir, you'd be surprised.
Okay.
But that's
well,
not the
I guess
point.
I guess I would be
Washing
surprised then.
My question is this. Washing things can make evidence go away, correct?
Could it possibly? Yes.
Thank you. Let's continue down the path of what's in your phone. Going to be, oh, I hope I didn't ruin this. I'm going to be, let's see if this pulls up. We're going to be publishing Exhibit 354. Sure. Let's close out of this. Let's look at. All right, let's look at this. Well, let's do it. We'll do it this way. We're gonna, if we could just cue over for a second to the overhead. This is this extraction report that has a lot of images regarding Google Maps in your phone. Do you remember hearing testimony about this?
That's what I heard.
Okay. And the date on this is August 12th of 2022. Isn't that correct? That's when these files appear. Isn't that right?
That's when it purports to have appeared.
Okay. Sir, you would agree with me. You don't actually have to go to Bronze Circle to get Google Maps to generate these images, correct? All you have to do is go to the website. Isn't that right?
For any location, sure, yes.
Sure. And this is what, about 2 to 3 weeks before Mr. Gehrman is killed?
If we can trust the date, yes.
All right. So, sir, let's. I'm opening the folder that says Bronze Circle. If we could cue over, please. That's Jeff Gehrman's house, correct?
I have come to learn that it is his house.
That's a great point. You've come to learn that because prior to this all happening, you had never been over to the house, correct?
Correct.
You'd have no reason to be over at that house, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
You don't even know where he lives because I'm sure Mr. Gehrman didn't give you his personal address.
That is absolutely correct.
And yet the weird thing is, when we go through these images, when we start getting to like the Google Maps data, like that's his house, right?
It looks like that is the house.
Yeah. Same thing, that's his house, right?
It appears to be.
Like if we look over here in the back, that's literally the very spot where Mr. Gehrman breathes his last breath. Isn't that right?
Objection, all speculation.
That's the very last spot that we see Mr. Gehrman from that body cam, right? He's lying right over there.
It looks like a similar area.
Similar. It's the area, isn't it?
If you say so, sure.
So you don't believe that's the spot?
I mean, it looks like the house, so I would think.
How
I
about
don't think so.
there? Isn't that where Mr. Gehrman was found by the police?
And I would think likely so.
And the very spot that his body is lying is inside your phone.
That is very strange. I mean, how does someone plan to have a victim in a particular area at their home? That's again.
So you would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone at their house, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, right?
I've never plotted to kill anyone.
Oh, I didn't say you. I'm just talking hypothetically. You would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land,
I
correct?
object, it's a hypothetical question, he's not an expert, so.
Overruled, he can answer.
Let me ask you that question one more time. You'd agree with me. If you're planning on killing someone, it's a good idea to get the lay of the land, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the circumstances are. I don't know what you're talking about as far as where you want to, do this deed or whatever.
Mr. Tellis, if you wanted, let's do it. You don't want to answer the question. We'll do it another way.
Again, I object to characterization.
Mr. Tellis, if you're planning on doing something, you want to prepare for it, correct?
It depends on what you're planning to do.
Okay. How about your work? As a public administrator, did you prepare every day to go to work to be competent at what you're doing?
Yes.
Did you do that because it's important to do the job correctly?
Yes, sir.
And if the stakes are really big, you want to make sure you're super prepared?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's over 100 images of Bronze Circle neighborhood in your house, correct? In your phone, isn't that right?
I don't know that they are, sir.
Okay, well then let's start clicking.
Plus, again, I wouldn't use my card. It's
not my question. My question is, this is contained in your phone, right, sir?
I don't believe so.
Okay, you don't believe so?
If it is in there, I didn't put it there, sir.
Okay, so the answer is it's there, but you didn't put it there, correct?
Again, I do not know that it's there, and I certainly did not put it there.
Okay, so we're just... Okay, sir. You did.
You're
sir,
asking me
you
to
did hear-
testify
sir,
something that
sir.
I can't tell you is true.
Right. But you did hear the testimony of someone coming and said, I looked in his phone and that stuff is there, correct?
That's what they've said.
It's the same phone that your expert looked at, correct? To extract Celebrite data from, right? It's the exact same phone, correct?
Sure.
Did you ever hear Mr. Aguero ever say that your phone was compromised in any way? Did you ever hear that from him?
We never asked him that question.
Okay, but he didn't say it, did he?
The question was never asked.
Right. He looked at your data, he prepared a report, and alerted no one to any problems with your phone, correct?
I don't know.
I would object to, he was not called upon to review the phone, he reviewed the Celebrite extraction from the phone, so I object to this line of question.
We can move on. You heard from Matt Hovanek from the DFL department. He testified that there weren't any issues with this phone, correct? When he looked at data that came from it, correct?
He said that, I guess they try not to modify contents of things, but he didn't say that it was impossible.
Okay. Here, well, we can do this too. You got up on direct examination and you went through message by message by message, and you didn't complain about any of the messages that were on September 2nd, correct?
I dispute.
I object as to complaint.
Rephrase the question.
Sure. You offered testimony to this jury about the timeline, correct?
Yes.
You went text by text and phone call by phone call, and you explained things, right?
Right.
At no point did you say, oh, there's a problem here, correct?
Correct.
You had no problem with that information, did you?
Right.
Okay. Sir, do you find it a little bit strange that when you find information that's helpful for you in your phone, you don't think there's a problem with it, but when there's damaging evidence in your phone, you believe maybe it's been hacked or compromised?
I do think that if someone was trying to frame me, that obviously they would leave the content that I made on the phone as well as whatever they decided to put on there. Yes.
And as we see here, like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different houses are being photographed, correct?
If that is truly what was on my phone, then supposedly sure.
Okay. Here's a good example. In this image, there's a security camera being focused on in the image, correct?
That's what it appears to be, which
You-
brings up a question that I would have.
There's no question pending, and you're going to get a chance on redirect. You'll be able to say whatever you need to say. But let's be clear. There's an image that isolates on a security camera for the next door neighbor, Mr. Gehrman. It's right there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. There's one right there.
And here was something I remember you told me about. When you started out, what was your first job again?
IT.
IT.
Hmm.
You've got a technical background, correct?
Right.
I believe even on direct examination, you described yourself as a techie, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So you know your way around a computer, right?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around different software, correct?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around a cell phone, right?
Right.
You certainly know how to use Google Maps, right?
I think a lot of people do.
Right. Anyone could use that, correct?
Right.
And you would consider yourself a fairly thorough person in your work as a public administrator, right?
More thorough than to do something like this? Sure.
You consider yourself detail-oriented?
I do.
Okay. Can we cue over for 1 second to the overhead? There's over 132 images in your phone focusing on that. Would you say that's a lot of detail?
If that was on my phone, I guess I would say yes.
Okay. And then let's talk about the Popeyes thing, publishing 364. Do you remember these images?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember them being presented as being allegedly on my phone.
Right. The testimony was it was on your phone. You just don't believe you had anything to do with it, correct?
Again, I don't know that they were ever on my phone. I know that I did not take those photos.
Okay, so you're just denying what you heard.
I am saying that whatever the testimony is, that it could have been placed on my phone, or who knows.
The testimony was it was found on your phone, correct?
It was allegedly found on an image of my phone.
So, if we could cue over to the overhead or the computer. We talked about being detailed oriented. You would agree this is numerous images from the same spot, correct?
It appears so.
And if we kind of look, and I just can't see because of the monitor. I mean, we're looking at, that's a sedan, correct?
Yes.
Sedan, correct? Well, it's like a minivan, but it's gray
It's
in
like
color,
a crossover.
right? And that's gray in color, right?
Sure.
And that's a truck that's kind of a whitish gray, right?
Mhm.
Another gray car, correct?
Sure.
Another gray sedan, correct?
Mhm.
This one's a Honda, right?
Sure.
Or maybe that's not a Honda. I don't want to misspeak. That might be a Kia.
It looks like a Honda,
Is it? Okay, it's a Honda
I think, or unless it's a Hyundai.
or a Hyundai. I'm
don't
not
know.
sure. It kind of looks like an H. We've got an SUV here, but there's a lot of images here, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and according to this report, if we could cue over. Got 101, correct?
That's what it alleges.
That's fairly, that's a lot of photos, correct?
It would be.
It looks like surveillance, doesn't it?
It looks like a stupid way to do surveillance.
Right, looks kind of amateurish, doesn't it?
Right.
Not professional.
Right. I wouldn't see how that makes sense.
And then, sir, another thing located in your phone were these. Can we cue over to the overhead? Sir, what are we looking at here?
Looks like it's a identification of a vehicle that is owned by Mr. Gurman.
It's a Honda, right?
Yes, sir.
And we know from photographs earlier, his Honda is gray, correct? You saw from the photos, right?
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to the color with the earlier testimony.
You
Sorry.
have no reason to dispute me if I told you that the color of the car was gray, correct?
I don't, sir.
Okay, and we saw in those images, lots of gray cars were getting snapped, correct?
Yeah, I saw a black one and a white one, but yes.
And you know what that program that's pulling up that information is, don't you, Mr.?
That I do, yes.
That's IDI Core, correct?
Right.
That is proprietary software that is in fact used by the Public Administration's Office, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
It gives the person at the Public Administration's Office the ability to look up personally identifying information about people, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we can see here that Jeffrey Guerin is being looked up on IDI Core, correct?
What I remember correctly looking at this was it was looked up by address.
Well, that's just one report, sir. Let's look at this result. We can see
What's
he's connected.
What's the search term?
There's no question pending, sir.
Okay.
Take a look at registrants. What's the registrant?
Again, it's Jeffrey M. Gurman.
Right. And if we look down, what's the first address associated with this?
P.O. Box.
Okay. And then when you go to the next entry, what's the address associated with Mr. Guerin?
7216. It's the second one related to Mr. Gurman. There's a first one related to Mr. Gurman. That's the P.O. Box, which is current. The second one is 7216 Bronze Circle, Las
Which is
Vegas,
where-
Nevada, 89. I can't read
Right.
this.
Mr. Tellis, that's where Mr. Guerin lived, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's where he was murdered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this image of his personal information and his home address is located inside your phone.
Again, I don't know that it is.
Okay, so we're just, again, we don't have to do the dance, but you're just not accepting the testimony that it was located on your phone.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. But you'd agree with me that from just that bottom there, that looks like a desktop monitor, a Dell desktop monitor, correct?
Correct.
And again, this has more information about Mr. Gehrman's cars, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is IDI Core, correct?
Right.
Software that is in your office, correct?
The office that Mr. Jappy visited, yes.
Okay. This is more, this is more IDI Core images, correct?
Appears so, yes, sir.
Let me just come out and ask you. This is your desk, isn't it?
It probably is.
Let me ask you this. During your official duties as the public administrator, I mean, you didn't have like a case with Mr. Gehrman at all, right?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay.
And what was the search term to find that?
Well, one of the search terms was 7216 Bronze Circle, correct?
Can you show that to me?
Sure. $7216 bronze. You can cue over to the overhead. Can everybody see that? Oh, it's much better over here. This is terrible. So you can see that, right?
Yes, sir, I can.
And the date, the created time is 8/23/2022 at 6:05 p.m., correct?
Yes, that's what it reports to be.
Okay. And that was a weekday, wasn't it?
I'm sure it was, because, you know. I don't know.
And there's one more thing. This wasn't converted into UTC time. So if we subtract 7 hours, that's at 11:05 a.m. in the morning on 8/23, correct?
And again, I don't know if this document's been modified by a PDF viewer or not, but
Do you
it purports to
recall-
be of that day.
You recall the testimony, well, no, you recall the testimony of Matt Hovanich, which said this was not converted, and when you convert it, this search was conducted at 11 o'clock in the morning, correct? You recall him saying, I'm not asking if you agree with it, do you recall it being said?
I know that I didn't do the search, so I couldn't tell you definitively.
So I'd like you to focus on my question. Do you recall Mr. Hovanich saying that here in court?
That's what he said.
Okay. And just to be clear, publishing 351, there it is. That's a weekday. That's a Tuesday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you typically have random people coming into your office using your desktop software?
Again, that could have been modified in a number of ways.
So,
In
sir,
a number of ways, sir.
That's not my question. My question is, as the public administrator, did you allow people to go into your office in the middle of the day and manipulate and use your computer?
I didn't allow it, but that's not to say that it didn't happen, sir.
So the answer is, you had an edict that said you're not allowed to do this, correct?
But if I wasn't around or whatever, I don't know.
I mean, you would hope as the head of the department, they would have at least not used your computer, right?
I would have hoped, but you'd be surprised what happened in that office.
Okay. Right, because of the conspiracy? Right, okay. Isn't it true? I think we've heard from both your expert and Detective Jappy that there was no outgoing messages from your phone between 8:48 a.m. and 2:05 p.m., correct?
Right.
Okay. You mentioned, or at least we've kind of heard this comment about, well, maybe I was hacked. Just to be clear, you never reported to anyone that your phone was hacked prior to September 2nd, correct?
I wouldn't have known about it because there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the phone at the time.
So the answer is you've never reported any situation that
I didn't
been
have
hacked,
knowledge
correct?
of whether it had been or not.
You've never reported that your phone was stolen, correct, prior to 9/2?
That definitely did not happen.
Okay, you never reported that your house was broken into prior to 9/2, correct?
I did not, nope.
And there aren't any text messages on your phone complaining about being hacked, right?
Again, if I was hacked, I might not have known it.
Well, and sometimes when we notice we've been hacked, some people will send out emails to people like, oh, ignore this email, I've been hacked, things like that, right?
Yeah, there are various types of hacks, sir.
Right. But there's nothing like that on your phone either, correct?
No, and again, that doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't hacked, or that somebody didn't create a false image later, or add files to that image later.
Okay. So, sir, I want to now talk to you about this conspiracy a little bit. Is Rita Reed in the conspiracy?
Well, she certainly took money from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn.
So the answer is she conspired to murder Jeff Garman?
I don't know to what extent she had knowledge of anything other than to make sure that I got taken down.
Taken down. So she conspired to have you framed for the murder of Jeff Garman.
I don't know that she was privy to that particular part of.
So she's not part of the conspiracy. to
I
murder
can't
Jeff
say
Garman.
either way, sir.
Okay, so you're not tying her to this?
I don't have any evidence to tie
Can
her
we
to
can
this.
we rule her out?
Object, you're going to be allowed to answer questions.
You gotta let him answer.
Sir, go ahead. Please finish.
What was the
Okay,
question
I'll
at
ask
this
the
point?
question again. Can we rule Rita Reed out of your conspiracy to murder Jeff Garman?
I think it's weird that maybe it's not weird. Obviously, you've got to try to minimize the concern that I have with this and try to make me seem like I'm crazy for it. But
I'm
there's
just-
the evidence to back up what has been occurring. So that is what it is, sir.
Okay, so let's focus on my question. Can we rule out?
I don't know that we can either way, sir.
Okay, so it's possible she's part of it.
I would be surprised, but I couldn't rule it out.
Okay, so it's possible.
Anything is possible.
Okay, Alicia Goodwin, is she part of this conspiracy?
Again, part of the conspiracy, sure. Part of a conspiracy,
Let me specify. Is she part of a conspiracy to murder Jeff Garman?
I would think it's unlikely.
Okay, so we can rule her out.
I mean, again, I couldn't rule anything out, but certainly I think it's unlikely.
So it's possible.
Again, anything's possible. So
Okay, so we can't rule her out because anything's possible.
that's what I said. I said
All right.
unlikely, but
Okay,
if we
understood. How about Mr. Cahill? Is he part of the conspiracy to kill Jeff Garman?
again highly unlikely, but
You're not ruling it out.
Without further evidence, I cannot rule it out, sir.
You gotta let him answer.
Okay, so it's possible.
Again, anything is possible, sir.
Is Thomas Monroe, who's part of Compass Realty, I believe, is he part of this conspiracy to
You
murder
mean
Jeff
Thomas Moore?
Garman? I apologize. Thomas More. Is he part of this?
I would think that would be likely. Yes.
Okay, likely. Okay. And Compass Realty as a business as a whole is part of this as well, to kill Mr. Garman, correct?
Again, if you recall that the best way to take me down would be to frame me for Mr. Gurman's murder. And so, yes, I do believe that.
And I want to write that down. You said the best way to take me out is to frame you for killing Garman, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm paraphrasing, but essentially that's it.
Absolutely.
Okay. You would agree, and I think you told this jury extensively on direct examination, what a thorn you were in the side of Compass Realty, correct?
I was, yes.
You fought them at every turn, correct?
Absolutely.
You thought what they were doing was improper, correct?
I think I proved that.
Okay, you thought that so much of their wrongdoing that you actually went to the police about it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were, till the moment that you were stopped working in that office, you fought against Compass Realty, correct?
I believe when that order was entered on August 30th, that shows that. Absolutely.
And the issue for Compass Realty is because you were the public administrator, correct?
Right.
You stood in their way from doing the things that they wanted to do in terms of independent administrators. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And in fact, again, that order was going to allow me to dig into them and actually prove, without a doubt, that Detective Jaffe was just ignoring criminal conduct, sir. Yes.
So here's the thing, though. You said that they did something else. They also donated to somebody. Who did they donate to?
That's Reed Reed.
How much money did they donate?
$10,000.
So they thought, and let me get this straight. This is, in your opinion, the things that they were doing cost in the millions. Is that right?
Absolutely.
This is $1 million scheme that they're running, correct?
Mhm.
And all they could muster to fund an opponent was $10,000.
No, campaign laws prohibit anything over $10,000.
So did any other independent employees of Compass Realty shell out money for Rita?
So there's, again, Adam Fenn and also
How
Compass
much?
Realty.
How much?
$5,000 each. And so, that's all that they needed in
So,
order to.
so if I'm hearing you correctly, you have described yourself as the sole impediment for their multi-million-dollar scheme, and the only thing that they could come up with financially to stop you is just $10,000?
No, sir.
Okay. That's your C&Es that you submitted. That's all we have, right? It's like 10 grand.
That's $10,000 on our campaign contribution report.
Right,
That
that-
is not all the money that they've given to anybody to, again, to
You're-
engage
you're-
in this
Are you
activity.
speculating at this
Again,
point?
ask
Have you
to be
got
allowed
the
to answer the
Okay,
question.
please finish the question.
Again, without being able to firsthand investigate, because Mr. Gurman was murdered and I had been arrested and been sitting in jail for 2 years, I perhaps I'm speculating, but if I'd had that authority like I had intended, I would have uncovered the various different ways that they actually tried to, thwart me. All the attorney's fees that they paid in order to pay these attorneys who would, again, this was an escalating situation that
Right.
started basically, well, go on.
I mean, I think we're a little far afield of my question at this
Sure,
point.
okay.
I don't know that that was as responsive to my question. So let me direct you back to it. You would agree like $10,000 is really not that much money. In the world of countywide races, 10 grand's not that much, correct?
In the world of county races, it's the maximum contributions for these two guys or these two entities,
For
but
those two guys. But listen, if we're talking about, like, you know how politics works. If there are businesses or special interests, they pool their money together behind a candidate, right? You don't know that, but you were.
it depends on
running
the
for
it
political
depends on the
office and you don't know
situation.
that?
It depends on the situation.
Sir, are you going to sit here and tell this jury you've run for political office twice and you don't know that businesses or special interests pool their money together to back a candidate they really want? Are you really telling them that?
And again, I don't have firsthand knowledge of that because I've never had that happen for me.
Right.
Now, if you're talking about political action committees, I don't know, what do you, PACs?
Look, the bottom line is, all they donated was 10 grand, correct?
I think that's a mischaracterization of
Fine,
everything they've done.
Let's move on. And then here's the crazy part. They won, right?
And I still kept fighting them, yes.
No, sir. You were a lame duck as of September 2nd, 2022. Isn't that right?
But I still continue to fight Compass Realty.
That's not my question. You're out of a job in that you're not an impediment as of January 1st. Isn't that right?
As of January 1st, but I was right then.
So you're trying to tell us that Compass Realty was so upset with you that they backed a candidate who wins, but then they just can't wait any longer, so they murder a reporter? They can't wait the 3 months?
I would recommend that the jury watch the video and again see the time at which the order was filed. And I think you might agree that yes, that is absolutely the case, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
That
Compass Realty, even though they successfully backed a candidate that defeated you in a primary, they couldn't wait another 3 months for you to leave office, correct?
because I've got the authority to really crack things open
So
right
here-
then.
So
And
here,
again, he's answering the question. These are fairly complex questions. They require complex answers.
Sure that each of you lets the other.
sir, are you finished?
I am now, sir.
Okay, so then my next question is this. If they hated you so much,
I don't think they know me to hate me, but sure.
well, I mean, they're willing to kill people over you, right?
I guess they would have hated me, yeah.
Right. And if they hated you so much, why didn't they just kill you?
That's a really good question. And I would like to answer it. My belief as to why they did.
Please tell me why they didn't
So-
just bother killing you.
Because if they'd killed me, would that have stopped Nevada State Division from investigating them? No. If they killed me, would anybody have felt the duty to continue my work because I was actually doing this? I think so. So murdering me would have not discredited me. It would not have put me in a position where all the work that I was doing just got left by the wayside. It would make no sense to kill me.
So your theory is that Jeff Gehrman is collateral damage?
When you've taken into account the fact that months earlier we had this public feud, it's a pretty convenient way to do this.
So the guy who writes the articles that ends your career, they reward him by killing him?
Well, again, like I said, it was a pretty good way to do this.
And let's not get it twisted. Rita and Alicia are part of the conspiracy that loop in Jeff Garriman, and they're in cahoots with Compass. So they're like, you know what? Thanks, Jeff, but you got to go. That's what you're suggesting?
And like I said, I don't know that they knew about that particular aspect of the conspiracy, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I would certainly think that they wouldn't, because you're right. I can't imagine that they would know and be okay with that, sir.
Isn't it also true that Roberta testified that once you lost, Rita Reed was actually reversing the things that you did in the office, right?
That would be her prerogative at that point.
Okay. So changes were even afoot before you had even left office, correct?
Sure.
And you even told us that once Rita took over, nothing came of the things that you wanted to, like none of the things that you want to investigate were ever done, right?
I was talking about the fact that I had this investigative authority against Compass Realty that I had just gotten just a few days before Mr. Gurman was murdered, and she never picked up that torch and ran with it. And it's clear why she didn't, because Compass Realty gave her that money, despite the fact that, as you saw, sir, she, and these homes, millions of dollars in theft, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes. Rita Reed never followed through with the things that the authority that you had, correct?
Regarding Compass Realty, yes, sir.
Thank you. And just to be clear, she was going to have full authority as of January, right?
Yes, sir.
And the authority could have gotten Compass in trouble, but that risk was eliminated once they put Rita in, according to your theory, right?
Once she actually became the public administrator, that would be the case. But while I was still, as you call it, a lame duck, I was still coming after them, sir.
Okay, so your thought is murder was the only way.
There might have been other ways, but it was if they didn't do it, they sure had a windfall for it that they didn't expect.
So how did Compass break into your home to plant this evidence?
Like I said before, I don't know how it got in there, but I did not put it there, sir.
How did they plant the hat?
Again, I don't know how it got there, but I didn't put it there.
How did they plant the shoes?
I don't know how it got under the couch, but I did not put it there.
How did they get your DNA in there?
Again, I don't know when and where that DNA was allegedly obtained, so I couldn't say, sir.
How did they put the images in your phone?
Again, I don't know if that was in my phone or on a corrupt image or what have you. Again, you cannot say when or where any of this occurred, really.
And again, when they executed this warrant, the police, they did that also in the presence of your wife, correct?
Not exactly, sir, if I may. So
the answer to my question is no?
Not all of them did.
Okay.
And so...
No question pending. I appreciate it. You'll have a chance on redirect.
Okay.
So let's start focusing on May of 2012, or May of 2022. Sorry about that. Fair to say that the dynamics in the office aren't great at that point.
That's correct, sir.
Rita and the old guard are unhappy with you and the new guard. Would that be correct?
Yeah, sure.
And the members of the new guard included you, Roberta, and Nicole. Would that be accurate?
That was just some of us.
Okay. There were a couple others?
I believe there were actually 10 folks, and after Janie retired, it was just 4 old guards, as has been stated. So 6 of us who are, and that didn't include me either. So I guess it'd be 7 of us versus the 4 people who had gotten there before I did.
Okay. So you agreed to do a sit-down interview on May 11th of 2022 with Jeff Garriman, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why did you agree to do this interview?
Because I wanted to dispel the notion that there was any concern.
You were being accused of a series of things, including creating emotional stress on your employees, correct?
Right.
Bullying?
Right.
And engaging in an inappropriate relationship, correct?
Right.
Okay. When you sat down to do this interview, did you want to get the truth out?
To a certain extent, yes, but when it came to the office issues, yes, sir.
Okay. When you sat down, when you spoke with him, were you truthful in your interview?
Not entirely, no.
Okay, what were you untruthful about?
About the extent of the relationship with me and Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay, what was different? What did you say versus the truth?
I said that, she and I had no affair, but, regrettably, we did have, and when I say regrettably, I think we both regret the mistake, but we had a romantic affair with each other.
Okay, so you did lie to him, correct, on that topic?
I didn't think that was the public's business.
That's not my question. My question
Yes,
is...
I did lie regarding that particular issue, yes.
Now, you would agree with me, at the moment you sat down for that interview, you were in the throngs of a re-election campaign, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that the public administration job was something very important to you.
I mean, sure, yes. Obviously, again, it was important at the time, yes.
I mean, well, listen, you told us a little bit about your story, right? You put yourself through law school, you opened up a law firm, you were elected to this job. You were proud of the work you were doing at the PA's office, correct?
It absolutely was.
Okay, and you wanted to remain in that job, correct?
They certainly did.
Okay. And you would agree with me that if you had been entirely truthful, that may not have helped your election prospects. Would that be correct?
That was certainly not the sole motivation for lying.
And I understand that, but that is a factor, correct?
I don't know, again, I don't know that I necessarily consider that to be the primary factor, or honestly consider it to be a factor at all. My main concern was having any embarrassment or any, for both of our families, that kind of thing.
And listen, that's totally fair, right? You're concerned about your family, maybe you're concerned about Roberta's family. Understood. And that for you is the main reason why you're not being truthful about that.
Right.
Okay. So, you sit down. Did you feel after speaking with him that you thought Gehrman would give you a fair shake?
I did. I thought we had a pretty good conversation. I walked outside with him. I told him more about a lot of the issues that had occurred at the office before I got there, and about the way that, the strange things that had happened. That I won't get into it, but yes, I thought by the time we were done that, that he understood what was really going on at the office.
Okay. And when he, sorry, excuse me 1 second. When that was published, you were very upset, correct?
Yeah, I was shocked at what ended up coming out versus what we had discussed. Yes, sir.
Were you devastated?
I don't know if I'm not sure, that I ever, consider myself devastated on anything. I was certainly upset. I was, hurt for, that this came out, but that was that day.
Sure. And on that day, and let's just be clear, because not only does it potentially jeopardize your work, but it jeopardizes potentially the family stability. Fair?
In a sense, yes. My wife did forgive me, but it certainly it wasn't good optically for obviously my children and have them teased by other kids or what have you. So from that respect, it was a little hard on them.
And here's the thing. He didn't have to write it the way he did, but he chose to do so, correct?
Certainly, yes.
And you talked to him about how upset you were when you saw, I'm assuming, an advanced copy of it, or at least before.
I believe it was actually after it was released. I think people have been misstating the date of the article because I think my text was after. I don't know if it got republished and the date changed or what have you.
Yeah, so, and like if we publish 353A, we can see here, the date on this is May 16th, correct?
Okay.
But you agree sometimes what happens is like the RJ will throw up an article online at night, and so maybe it's the night before, and then maybe in a publication it's for the next day. Something along those lines. Okay, so because your text messages with Mr. Gehrman reacting to this actually happened on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right, sir.
Okay.
Right.
So I want to talk about that if we could. If we could cue over. Now on direct, you you said it was a bummer, right? Or was that the election loss? I can't remember. I don't. Which was the bummer?
I think I mean, and maybe I can't remember what was a bummer per se. The articles certainly were not. I wasn't happy about them. But yeah.
Well, let's turn to this message. It's on page 4, and you state, "I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people. Provided you proof." I'm assuming that's proof, correct? It says prove, it's a typo.
It might have auto-corrected and yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Provided you proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes me sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair or balanced, correct?
Yes, sir, I wrote that.
You were very, very upset when you wrote that.
Yeah, and I guess it says I'm very distraught right now. Clearly there are typos in my message.
And you held him responsible because he was the one who chose to write the words, correct?
Again, at the time, I was upset.
So the answer to my question is yes. You held Mr. Gehrman responsible because he chose to write this article in this particular way.
If I had to hold anyone responsible in any sense, I guess the context that you're saying, I mean, certainly not enough to murder him.
That wasn't my question.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of what
My
the
question is,
wordplay is here.
Well, it's not wordplay. You held him responsible. He chose to write it that particular way, right?
On that day, I felt that again he would totally misconstrue things, so I was upset with him, and I told him I was upset with him.
Okay, so that's how you were feeling on May 15th, correct?
Correct.
And you even say, I've done so much for that office. I told you I've been followed and that I caught Rita following me. You decided to take it on her word that she wasn't, however clearly she was. It seems to me you valued sensationalism or the value of a potential takedown than actually telling the truth. Thank you for helping him drop more pressure on my life.
Yeah, and I think that was a typo with the him. It was probably a them instead.
Understood.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you described this probably as a hit piece. Would that be correct?
Honestly, yes.
Character assassination, correct?
Yes.
And he's the one who chose it to write it that way, correct?
Correct.
And then what happens is about 9 days go by, and he reaches out to you again, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the primary election was held on June 14th, correct?
I don't recall, but you're probably right.
Okay, so we have one article that gets into not just the inner workings of the office, but is hitting you on personal stuff. And now he's reaching out to try to do another article, right?
Right, sir.
Fair to say, you've got to be upset.
I don't know if at this point I was still upset. I couldn't remember. I know that I had to, at a certain point, start to try to, basically combat this with my own narrative to try to, again, win the race.
Right. You're so concerned about Jeff Gehrman's articles that you start literally creating websites to try to fight against it, correct?
I wanted the truth to come out, yeah.
Right. That's how significant the article was to you.
In the sense that I wanted to win the race and I needed to dispel what was in the articles, yes, sir.
You must have felt that this guy is just personally out to get you at this point.
Not personally out to get me. I thought he was a friend of John Cahill's.
Okay.
Later I found out that Alicia Goodwin's father was a friend of his.
That must have been infuriating.
I mean, it is what it is. You know, like I said, by the time, about a month later, I think you see my tweets. I'm more just trying to.
We'll talk about
Sure.
different things over time that we see from you. But moving on, you end up providing a written statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
I would imagine you're hopeful that you're going to get more of a balanced article from him, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, you're just hoping he'll just publish something, correct?
I'm just hoping that it won't be too bad because I had already figured by this point it's like, well, you know what, he's going to do what he's going to do.
But it was pretty bad, wasn't it?
Again, that's
It's the same stuff, right? He's trashing you, correct?
But there's a certain point which you kind of get desensitized to things.
Sure,
Right? So by the time the fourth article came out, I was like, oh, whatever. Right? I will say that when it
Sir,
comes...
My objection, he's answering the question.
I know, but sir, the witness is non-responsive to the question.
He's answering the question that's posed, and it's a complex
I'm
question.
asking him to ask the question again.
You're upset because he's trashing you, correct?
Again, I couldn't say at that time that I was still upset or just trying to fight to win the race.
Okay. This was not helping your election, was it?
No, that it certainly wasn't.
So then we have, let's do this, let me back out.
And
Hold on a second. I'd like to now turn to some items that pop up in your phone kind of around this time. So there is this image from May 20th. I'm going to publish that. This was found in your phone, correct?
yes, it was, sir.
You're not denying that this was something actually in your phone.
No, and I can tell you why I did.
I'm not asking that question, but the title of this is How to Push Down Negative Search Results, correct? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have these kind of inflammatory tweets that you're tracking where they're talking about you, correct?
I was not tracking these. These were given to me by Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay, so
I
people are
remember
sending them to you, right?
Yes.
And then you have this message here to Mr. Kinsley. And just to be clear, that is a message that is being kind of issued out on the 15th, which would have been like that day that article came out, right? Is that correct? Because
Yep,
you had said,
sure.
because the article was dated, the original one's dated 5/16, and we had that conversation about it released earlier, right?
Right, right.
Okay. So let's look and see what you say here. Isn't it true you tell Mr. Kingsley, I'm working to bring the full truth to light? I guess I want to focus on, you're kind of maintaining the same posture that you had with Gehrman, right? About these things, some things are true, none of this stuff is true, correct?
Well, and again, like I said, I'll point out that I did lie in this message because I did not want to publicly embarrass my family further.
Right.
Right.
And to be fair, it's understandable, but so this is something that the potential impact on your family is so significant, you're even telling people in this context like it's not true because that's an important thing to protect. Fair?
I don't think that my wife would have left me, but certainly I didn't want them to have to go through any embarrassment or any pain.
Sure. And I want to focus down here at the very bottom because I know you said, I was kind of over it and things like that. Isn't it true you state here you have no idea how hard it's been? You say that, correct?
That was that same day, and that was referring to the troubles that I had with the ladies in the office, that no matter what I was doing to try to actually make peace with them, giving them raises, whatever things that still, I had to be a cheerleader for the other employees while trying to minimize the damage they were doing.
Okay. You say I'm truly devastated, correct?
And that was again on the same day that I texted Mr. Gurman.
So the answer is yes.
Yes. Yep.
Isn't it true you also try to reach out to county officials to see if there's anything that they can do to help rein in Rita Reed's behavior?
That I don't recall. I mean, if you've got something to show that, as long as,
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. So
I did talk to HR about how to best handle disciplinary issues and got their advice and did things appropriately,
okay.
if that's what you're referring to.
I'm just asking. And so now that brings us to the primary, which is June 14th of 2022. You would agree with me when that day began, you were hopeful that you were going to win, correct?
You're always hopeful when you're running for an election.
You had gone out, you had canvassed neighborhoods, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were expressing to your friends and family that, I think we're going to pull this out, correct?
obviously, you always want to have an optimistic face no matter what, but I wasn't 100% sure that I was going to win or not.
Okay. But ultimately, you lose. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you don't place second. You end up placing third. Is that right?
Right. All three of us were pretty tight, though, but yes.
Right. And I'm going to approach with what's been marked as state's proposed 377. Does that appear to be kind of the accurate outcome of the election?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's a fair and accurate depiction of those results?
I think so. Like I said, it was pretty close.
At this time, we're asking State Commission to admit states 377.
Sure, sorry about that.
There's no objection.
Publishing 377 to the queue over. So when we look at this, you don't lose by much, do you?
No.
I mean, what, a little more than 2,000 votes, correct?
Right.
Jeff Garriman didn't write any articles about Carolyn Escobar in a negative fashion, did he?
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, leading up to this election, he didn't do that, correct?
Correct?
He didn't do that about Rita.
No.
Fair to say, in your opinion, if Jeff Garriman hadn't written these articles, you probably end up winning that primary.
Probably yes.
It had to be crushing, correct?
No, it was disappointing, but again, I knew that my chances were 50-50, so I was prepared for a loss. And I think my conciliation post on Facebook was pretty clear that, hey, you know what? We tried really hard. We gave it our go. But, I'm going to go serve families as a probate attorney again. I'm ready to go back to work. And, and I got a lot of support when I made that post.
Okay. But everything that you work for is gone because of a couple of articles that say things that you don't think are really true, correct? Especially about the work stuff, right?
It wasn't the articles per se. It was obviously Rita and Alicia.
Who got Jeff Garriman into the fold to publicly tear you down.
They did, yes.
And he agreed to do it.
Yeah.
So now I want to focus on just 2 days later. 2 days later. Oh, can we cue over? Sorry. 2 days later, Jeff Garriman writes to you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you are kind of right on teetering on the verge of like conceding, correct?
I think it took a long time for the count to occur. It was like almost a week. So we were, again, this is a while back. So if I remember correctly, we were still waiting for the final outcome. And yeah, so this was.
So you're down as of May 16th. You're losing in the race, correct?
It was kind of like similar to what you saw on that report in the sense that things kept going up and down, but it was I think if I'm not mistaken, it was somewhere in those 1,000, 2,000 between the three of us, but Rita would go up, then Caroline would go up, and so it was more of a tug of war between them and that was pretty much in third place at all times.
So it's very close, right?
It was really close.
You don't know how at this point, as of June 16th, you still don't officially know how this one's going to shake out, correct?
Based on the fact that I never came out of third place during the whole thing, I was pretty sure that it was done.
Okay. But nevertheless, Jeff Garriman comes calling again, correct?
Mm-hmm. And it's about that truth website that I created.
Right. And you just say, it's fine at this point, they won, do what you like.
Mm-hmm.
Fair to say you felt resigned at this point?
Yeah, like just, what's it going to do at this point? Whatever,
Well, he wrote another one, correct?
Mm-hmm. That is, yes.
Fair to say you weren't happy with that coverage. It wasn't positive, was it?
Again, I don't remember if I cared or not. I know I started to poke fun at him on Twitter, but, it came to a point where it was just me trying to, I think, see if I couldn't get him to put more light on my website.
Okay. And so then on June 18th, he publishes this article number 3, correct?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes.
And then just 6 days later on June 22nd, he publishes a 4th article about you officially losing, but pointing out that you remain combative, correct?
Yeah, which again was inaccurate, but sure. Yes.
Okay, so again, it's inaccurate reporting about you, the 4th one.
Right. Right. Like I said, by this point, I was just having fun with it.
Well, let's be, Mr. Tejas, you didn't like Jeff Garriman by this point, did you?
I mean, sure. I did not like him.
You hated him, isn't that correct?
And I don't know if hate, I mean, there might have been various points throughout that where I might have felt like that, but I don't know that I ever, he was not a central figure in my life. I'll put it that way.
He is the figure that ends up causing you to leave your job as public administrator for Clark County, correct?
Again, I don't blame him per se. I blame Rita and I blame Alicia.
Sir, you just told this jury that if those articles weren't written, hold on,
Go ahead.
I'm not finished. You just told this jury, like 5 minutes ago, that if Mr. Garriman hadn't written these 4 articles, you believe you would have won the race.
Yeah. But again, if Rita and Alicia hadn't gone to Alicia's dad to ask for this favor, those articles wouldn't have happened.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Who I would hold most responsible is not Mr. Gurman.
Sir, that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is, you believe if Mr. Garriman had not written these 4 articles, you would have won the race, correct?
I do believe that, yes.
You hated him by this point in time, isn't that right?
I could not say whether I hated him by this point in time, and if I, how long I might have hated him, if,
Roberta said you hated him.
Roberta is entitled to her own opinion. I don't know that I ever said I hated him.
Okay. So, now we're in July. Fair to say, working in that office had to have been hard in July.
So after the election loss, I ended up, so I guess just back up a little bit. When Mike Murphy came into the office, it was not a directive from Clark County. It was a request. Jeff Wells said, hey, you've got this situation. I think, maybe if we bring in Mr. Murphy, he could help you kind of be an independent, arbiter of sorts. And he said that, you don't have to say yes. This is not, we have no right to force this on you. It's entirely up to you. And I said, you know what, sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. So brought him in. But then again, that got misconstrued, it is what it is at this point. But so once I lost the election, he and Rita had taken over the duties primarily. And I did, most of my work from home, coming in a couple of days a week, just to, do things here and there.
Okay, so to go back to my question, was July hard? Yes or no?
I guess my answer would be not as, I didn't have to deal with the first, the day-to-day frustrations I used to deal with when I was in the office 50 hours a week.
So you came in less, correct?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Rita assumed more of a responsibility,
Right, sir.
even though you were still the acting, duly elected public administrator.
Right. We decided, just.
I'm going to publish Exhibit 340. We can cue over to the Elmo. On June 13th, I don't know if you are aware of this back in the day, but an email is sent out. I'm sorry? July, sorry about that. July 13th of 2022, Jeff Garriman is making a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in July, you have already lost your race, correct?
Right.
So the election isn't at stake. Is that correct?
Correct.
you will be gone in a matter of 6 months, right?
Right.
And now Jeff Garriman is asking for all emails between Public Administrator Robert Tellis and Estate Recorder Roberta Lee Kennett from January 1st to the date that this is fulfilled, correct?
Right.
He also wanted all of your communications, including messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
He wanted you to provide, wanted the county to provide all text messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
From your personal cell phones, correct?
Yes, he did, but he was not allowed to have them. But yes.
Sure. Understood, but I mean that's how far this is going. And additionally, and I didn't read that in the middle, it included a request for Microsoft Teams messages as well. Isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, sir, you are familiar with the county's policy. Well, let's do it this way. You testified to this jury that, before the records request went out for the Teams messages, you had reviewed them and you didn't have any issues with them, correct?
And I'd love to elaborate on that if I could.
No, I need you to focus on my question. Yes or no?
I had an opportunity to. Yes, I did have an opportunity to review them before.
Judge, it's a two-way street on this one.
Okay, if you can answer the question, yes or no.
I haven't finished the question yet.
Oh,
Then I can ask Mr. Hammer if he wants you to answer the question.
I need you to listen. I need to finish the question.
oh, I thought you were done. Sorry.
Well, yes or no? You testified on direct examination that you reviewed Teams messages and you did not have an issue with them, correct?
The production that I understood was going to be sent to Mr. Gurman. Yes.
Right. And just to be clear, you were familiar with the county's policy about what gets produced in a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, isn't it true that under this county policy, personal messages would not be produced under a public records request?
That is correct.
Okay. So any personal communications between you and her wouldn't go out to Mr. Garriman, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And that is why, and so you're like, I don't have any issue with that other stuff going out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But let's be clear about something. The election's over, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Jeff Garriman,
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
and Jeff Garriman seems to still be digging about you and Roberta, isn't that right?
Yes, but there's nothing to dig. Provided, obviously, that if he was going to receive what I saw, then there was nothing for him to dig.
I mean, you would agree, reporters typically don't ask for records requests unless they're planning on doing a story, correct?
Sometimes I think they're just fishing to see if there is a story.
And according to this records request, he's fishing about one thing. It's you and Roberta, right?
Right.
Okay. Which you told us back in May when you sat down with your interview with Jeff Garriman, the number one priority was to, protect your family and not really dig into that, correct? Or at least disclose that, correct?
I'm sorry.
You told us when you met with Garriman on May 11th, you had said, I was truthful about some things, but I wasn't truthful about everything. The one thing I didn't want to talk about was the indiscretions. And you said that the reason for that was I was really concerned about my family, correct? Right. Okay. The election's over. You're on your way out, and now this guy is wanting to ask more questions about you and Roberta, right?
Yeah.
It's not about you and Rita, right?
There's a I know that there was a later request for those other emails that got appended to this, but I don't know if you remember that with Mike Murphy and Rita.
Just in this specific request, he's not asking for communications between you and Rita, right?
Correct.
He's not asking for communications between you and Alicia, right?
Correct.
It's just about you and Roberta.
Right.
He's not leaving it alone, is he?
I think he's still fishing.
That had to have been frustrating, Mr. Tellis.
No, it was not, because I knew he wasn't going to have anything based on what I reviewed from the production.
Okay. So it's your testimony that the possibility of a fifth article didn't concern you at all when the potential source of the request is just about your communications between you and Roberta. You're telling us that's not a concern at this point in time.
Again, I can explain to you how things.
Yeah, yes or no? Is it a concern or is it not?
Not at the time that I reviewed those documents. No.
Okay. So now let's jump forward to August 8th of 2022. On that day, Dan Coolin emails you and starts to tell you about the production request, that it's going to start to happen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's on August 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
Do this quickly here. August 8th. 4 days later, in your phone, the Google Maps and bronze circles start popping up, correct?
No, sir.
Read this out to me. What does that say?
That says August 12th, 2022.
Great. Publishing 364. This is the street surveillance. Please read out to me what the date is on that.
August 15th, 2022.
Okay. You would agree that August 12th is just 4 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
You would agree with me that August 15th is just 7 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
And if we go back to the overhead, 354. I want you to read the date on entry number 1 on that.
The modified date?
Yeah.
8/23,
Okay.
2022.
I wish I could do the math on that one. I feel like that's like about 2 weeks after August 8th, correct?
Somewhere on there.
We also heard from Nicole Lofton, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nicole Lofton was employee of the public administrator's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
A member, as you describe it, of the New Guard, correct? She was
yes.
on Team Telus, fair?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. You had text messages between you and Nicole Lofton through the course of your time as a public administrator, correct?
If you've got them, then sure. I don't recall.
Okay. Well, I'm going to approach her a second. So I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as Exhibit 376. It's just an excerpt of some things, but take a look.
These are just excerpts, they're not the entire.
It's not the full thing. There's a lot of messages there. I just wanted to kind of narrow down. I'm going to approach in a minute, but I need to get an understanding. By August, beginning of August 8th, by August 8th, how are you feeling about Jeff Gehrman's next upcoming article?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you concerned at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, let me show you. It's been marked as Exhibit 376, proposed Exhibit 376. Why don't you just take a minute and flip through those and let me know if you recognize essentially what you're looking at there.
be a good time for a break as well.
Yeah.
Sure, we can do that. Yeah, that's fine. Sir, you had a chance to review those text messages?
Yes, sir.
That's a fair and accurate depiction of some of the text messages you had with Nicole. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, sir.
At this time, we'd ask that these be admitted. State's supposed to be 76.
No objection.
So again, just to set the stage, like how are you feeling in early August about Jeff Gehrman and his articles?
Like I said, I don't know that I thought any way about Jeff Gehrman in particular,
Okay.
right?
Okay. All right. So we're just publishing these. Just zoom in. So that's just the ones in green. That's you, correct?
Yes,
That's just the first page that goes back to August 17th of 2021. Is that right?
yes.
All right. So this message is from June 15th. That's the day of the primary, or at least the day after the primary, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you state, isn't it true you state to her, good morning, full results aren't in yet. It's about a three-way tie with me, last by around 2,000 votes. The precincts I'm counting on aren't in yet. And Nicole says, praying, right?
Mhm.
And you say, me too.
Yes.
Turning to what's marked as page 64, just on the actual pagination. We look at this bottom email, at 6:15 at 12 o'clock p.m. She writes to you, folks are prancing around like you conceded. Did you? Do you remember her writing that to you?
Not until I see it now, but it's been a while.
Okay. And then your response is, isn't it true your response was, no, I'll check the website to see if a winner was declared. And she responds, okay, correct?
Yes.
I think you indicate that if I lost, I will protect you until you can get a new position. Is that
Yes.
right? And she responds, I appreciate that. Is that correct?
Yes.
It isn't true, then you say, I'm so sorry, Nicole, I tried so hard, I almost made a comeback, but it's done, correct?
Right.
And that's at 3:16 p.m. on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right.
And you say here, unfortunately, too many people bought the lies, isn't that right?
Right.
And when you're saying that, you're referring to the voters, correct?
Yeah.
And the lies were propagated by those articles, correct?
Yes.
That Mr. Gehrman wrote.
Right.
We look down here at the end, she says, I'm so sorry, will you work until the end of the year or resign? Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
She says, thank you for believing in me. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Fair to say she cared for you and how you treated her in the office, correct?
Right.
All right. And you told her, in fact, I very much believe in you. You have been my best employee. I'm so sorry that I couldn't pull it off. Isn't that correct?
Right.
And she lets you know that you fought hard. Isn't that right?
Right.
And we see here on 6:15, you even say to her, I'll stay on until the end of the year, although if they aren't messing with you, I don't know that I'll spend a ton of time in the office, correct?
Right.
Essentially ceding power to Rita Reed, correct?
Right.
And Rita Reed is friendly to Compass Realty, correct?
Right.
And so your intentions were to step away from that office or lower your profile even as early as June 15th of 2022.
Right.
So you would be less of a threat to Compass Realty even then, correct? Because you'd be stepping away and not spending a ton of time in the office.
No, sir. The evidence proves otherwise.
Okay. And then we look here at text on June 21st. Nicole says, now Alicia is in the other cubicle counting the files that were left in there. These people are so sick. They spend half the day trying to get you instead of working. The you she's referring to is yourself, correct?
I don't know if it was that or, generally saying you in that sense, like, because I don't have files in a cubicle.
Okay.
So it might have been, that perception that, I don't know how to explain that. I think you get it.
Contextually, she's talking about the old guard, correct?
She is talking about them, but as far as whether she's talking about herself or me, I don't know.
Understood. But she believes these people are sick. Is that right?
That's her opinion, and they did some pretty tough stuff.
Well, and it appears you share that same opinion. You say yes, like they think it all still matters, correct?
Right, like they're still trying to sabotage me, but it's pointless at this point, right?
Well, you say it's pointless, but we'll get to that in a second.
Sure.
You then also say she's probably trying to get fodder to pass to the reporter, correct?
Yes.
So the reporter is still on your mind, isn't that right?
Just from the standpoint that they're still trying to concoct things, and that's why I decided to stay away from the office so they couldn't concoct anything anymore.
Because the articles were damaging, correct?
They were damaging, yes.
Professionally and personally.
Primarily professionally, because obviously I had to figure out something else to do for work, which, again, I'm a lawyer, so I guess, rehang my shingle if I can, do whatever I can.
And that's a really interesting point. On August 8th, we've seen how that's the day you get notified that Gehrman wants stuff between you and Rita, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
I want to look at what's marked on the bottom is page 110. Isn't it true that you tell Nicole at 12:28, you're dealing with a lot, I'm sorry. For me, this may have a long-term impact. I have people that no longer talk to me. Also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
Yes.
And it just so happens that you were then informed that Gehrman is snooping around looking to potentially do another article, correct?
Yeah.
And you're telling Nicole in confidence that you believe your future employment is jeopardized because of the articles, right?
Yes, but the damage was already done. So it's not, whether he wrote another article, he wrote 10 more articles, it was irrelevant at this point.
Well, apparently you don't say that, though, in your email. You don't say in that text message. You don't say, but the damage is already done, do you? You don't say that in that message, correct?
Well, it says that the articles are going to have an impact, and you would think that would refer to previously published articles. So I think that it's assumed that, it's done is done. So
Sir,
if he goes on and does 10 more articles, same net effect, really.
Right. Sir, to go back to my question, isn't it true you never use the words, the damage is already done, correct?
Not in this particular message, no.
Right. And you state, also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
I'd say it'd be better than if I had actually murdered Mr. Gehrman.
So, sir, we're going to go back to my question. Isn't that what you wrote in the text message?
Yes.
And 4 days later, Google Maps images start popping up in your phone, correct?
No.
7 days later, on the 15th, surveillance is being conducted on a street, correct?
Not by me.
And on the 23rd, multiple images of Gehrman's information about what car he drives and where he lives is literally being screenshotted of your desktop computer, correct?
Not by me.
Because if it was you, that would be a big problem, wouldn't it?
After conclusion, it's argumentative.
It is argumentative. If
We'll
you
move
wanna
on.
rephrase it.
No, we can move on. Publishing 342. Then you receive this email on 9/1, correct?
Yes, sir.
You receive it at 5:45 p.m.,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Mhm.
And we heard from Roberta, who talked about this, right?
Right.
And she had indicated that the release of the information to Gehrman was just around the corner, correct?
Right.
Let me find this.
And I knew in advance that it'd be only...
Sir, there's no question pending. At 5:45 on September 1st, you get the information. You get notified that Jeff Gehrman is soon to receive personal records requests related to messaging and communications between you and Roberta, correct?
No. It was not personal.
Okay, I didn't mean that. I meant, I apologize for my misstatement. Communications between you and Roberta, correct?
Business related, yes.
Right. And then at 11:20 in the morning, just a few hours later, Gehrman's dead, right?
Yes.
let's talk about September 2nd, 2022. You had testified on direct that you had, your daughter had asked you a question. You responded around 8:48 in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said at that point you then hung out at home, correct? Around 10ish, you went for a walk, correct? You said
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
you said you then came home, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you said that you went to the gym around 12 o'clock, 12:09,
Somewhere in there, yes.
correct? I think that's when you log in, around 12:09.
That's when I checked in using my phone at Planet Fitness.
Okay. And that's the Planet Fitness that's on like Fort Apache and Charleston, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's kind of just down that road, right? Down, what's the road? So you live on Spanish Steps?
Correct.
And then the road to kind of make your way out to Piggott, what's that one called?
South Tassel.
Okay. And then if you made a left to go by Piggott, what's that big road?
Red Hills.
Red Hills. And Red Hills can kind of get you up to that corner, right? Where the
You
Planet
can go through a
Fitness is.
roundabout. You can go north from there on Apple, and then you head east to get to Planet Fitness.
Okay. And I think what you had, before we do that, let me ask you this. So what car did you take to the gym?
The BMW.
All right. Oh, so it's kind of, what's the color? It's not quite gray. It's not quite brown.
I think it's brown.
A brownish color. It's kind of metallic-ish.
Right.
Okay. And you took that route that we just talked about. That's how you got to the gym. Correct?
Probably.
Okay. Oh, another question. So, and we're circling back to something, but your belief is what's Jappy's role in the conspiracy? What exactly did he do?
I'm not certain to what extent, but obviously he's the one who initiated the surveillance that was done on me that went from, I believe it was August 16th, all the way through September 7th. So despite his testimony also that they only do surveillance every other day, if you look at Cynthia Sauerland, the surveillance pages from that, you see that they're done back from, one day to the next. And when I requested that these surveillance logs be provided to me the first time, I received only 3.
Okay.
Then when I pointed out the fact that there was a surveillance log on September 6th that mentioned September 1, then lo and behold, now there was 4. Okay. I believe that there were actually surveillance logs for every single day, and they just weren't turned over to me. So I believe that, that Jappy knows that I didn't kill Mr. Gurman.
Okay. So do you think it's a little strange that if Jappy wanted to frame you for murder, he would clear you of all wrongdoings with the allegations of taking bribes?
I'm already here on this charge, so I don't think he needs to worry about another charge.
And so if the job's done, why waste his time with Compass Realty?
In what sense?
Well, he testified that after you got arrested, he spent another 4 or 5 months investigating Compass Realty and then brought charges to the DA's office. Why do that?
So, and this is an interesting point, because if you look, well, I guess you can't look, but the file into me was over 100 gigabytes in information. That's quite a bit of information. The file into Compass Realty was only 3 gigabytes worth of information. It appears it was just a token investigation because, again, he didn't do the stakeouts that we discussed. He very clearly said that he believed that this personal property was leaving the homes. And it's shown in 500 pleadings that, again, there was no personal property taken from these homes, no vehicles that were actually, I'm trying to finish answering your question, sir.
Okay.
There were no vehicles, again, for which the titles were traced. He didn't investigate the issue with the homes being trashed ahead of time to lower their values so that they could basically net almost double on the next sale. So, again, that's, as far as I'm concerned, when he refuses to do a legitimate investigation on me, again, I'm doing just 3 gigabytes worth of data. I think it was just a sham investigation. He didn't do any of those other things he promised he would do.
Sir, isn't it true you told this on direct examination, you bemoaned the Attorney General's office for looking at your case for like a matter of a month and then just not doing anything with it? You did say that, right?
Nope.
You never complained about the Attorney General not taking your Compass Realty allegation seriously?
I did not bemoan and I did not complain.
Okay. Did you say they didn't take it seriously?
I didn't say they didn't take it
Did
seriously.
you say that they only looked at it for like a month or 2?
They only looked at it for a month.
Just a month.
Yeah.
And Jappy looked at it for 11.
But again, he didn't do the things he promised.
Yes
he
or
would.
no? He looked at it for 11 months.
Yes, but it was a sham investigation. It was a bogus investigation.
Okay.
Didn't do what he said he was going to do.
All right. Oh, let's talk about Zach. You like Zach, right?
You know, I think he dislikes me more than I dislike him. I didn't really, personally, I didn't have qualms with him. I didn't. He didn't waste my headspace.
Okay. And that's good to know. The disagreement that you had, do you really think it was like a total fallout over this Ottawa property?
I don't. No.
Okay. Because to be honest, like you did continue to do business deals with Zach after Ottawa.
Yeah.
Right?
I think what Zach was upset about,
Sir,
if I may.
Sir, my question is yes or no? You continued to do business deals with Zach Schilling after the Ottawa sale.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And now at this time, I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as 388, 389, 390, 391, 392, 393, 394, 395, and 396. Sure. Sir, I'm going to show you first 390, 389, and 388. Do these look familiar to you?
Hold on just a few moments, because
Sure.
I want to look at where he actually changed realtors, because when I do my redirect, this is all going to become relevant.
Okay.
So,
Do you know what that is?
I do, but it doesn't say who the realtor was on this.
Oh, and I would turn your attention to 388.
Okay.
Look here at the
Can I
bottom.
approach?
Sure.
Yes.
388.
Mhm.
Does that help? Kind of help. I mean,
Sure.
look at the address.
Of course.
We got our address here,
Right.
and that corresponds to those documents. Do
Correct.
these appear to be like a listing agreement, kind of an order closing the sale of a certain property, a check going out to Mr. Schilling?
Yes.
And these all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those.
And this is Ottawa.
The Ottawa
Right here.
property. Yep.
And just let me write a note if I may.
Sure.
And you're okay with this?
Obviously, we're going to receive copies of this, so.
You have they've been already
Right.
produced.
So what is the date here?
If you go to the back page, it might, the very last page, maybe it kind of shows some dates.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. At this time, we'll ask for admission of stage proposed 388, 389, and 390.
There's no objection.
And then I want you to take a look at 396, 395, 394, 393, 392, 391. And let me know if these appear to be listing agreements.
Yes, they are, sir.
Okay, and those are fair and accurate depictions of those agreements, correct?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Schilling?
Mhm.
Just one second.
Sure. So Ottawa was the property where you guys had some sort of disagreement about a valuation, right?
Yes, it was more a little bit of sour grapes on his end, but yeah, no, it wasn't, as far as I was concerned, a big deal.
Right. So, but when we heard kind of cross questions and testimony from Zach about there being this disagreement, Ottawa is the one that we're talking about, correct?
Ottawa's the one where he felt like he was cheated, but that wasn't the case.
Understood. And just publishing 388, this was kind of the licensing agreement to bring Zach Schilling on, correct?
Right.
And if we look here, oh, okay, it's showing up there. Zach Schilling is there. Sorry, this one was kind of cut off. 389 is a court order that establishes that the sale was approved for this Ottawa property, correct?
Yes, well, basically, it's just that this is the deed after the docs have been finalized, everything's done.
Understood. And publishing 390, we'll do it backwards, but that's like a check that got cut to Zach in relation to this property, correct?
Mhm,
And the date on this is 3/22 of 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So despite this disagreement, isn't it true that the public administrator's office continued to use Mr. Schilling for properties that you needed to have sold that came through the PA's office?
Yes, I never disputed that.
Okay. Well, I mean, we heard some testimony about like, oh, Zach didn't get a lot of business at Trail. I think Nicole may have said things like that, correct?
Right, and it's true that he actually had his business reduced, but I'll go into that.
Well, okay. So, but publishing 391. Oh, sorry. We're requesting that 391 through 396 be admitted to evidence.
I have an objection.
Thanks. So we've got here in 391 on June 8th of 2021. This is a deal with Zach, correct?
Right.
We've got another one here, 392, 612, another deal with Zach.
Right.
394, 716, another deal with Zach.
Yes, sir.
393, this is a 611 2021 deal with Zach.
Right.
Publishing 395, 814 2021, a deal with Zach.
Right.
Publishing 396, 10 6 21, another deal with Zach.
Right.
All postdating the big disagreement, correct?
It, again, was not a big disagreement, and as far as I was concerned, and the issue that he truly has with me will come later, and I can discuss that.
Okay. The bottom line is money continued to flow from the public administrator's office to Zach Schilling for the work on these houses, on these deals, correct?
Not nearly as much at a certain point, but
My
yes, but
question is
yes. Mhm.
Thanks. All right. I want to. You mentioned you're a tech guy, right? A little bit of a techie.
I think you asked that before, yes.
Are you an Apple guy or a Google person? When it comes to phones, what are you?
Well, I have a Google phone.
Okay. I want to. We've seen this timeline, right? We've seen this timeline on publishing stage 374. I want to turn your attention to this page. It's entries 23, 24, and 25. You covered these messages and calls from your wife on direct examination. Do you recall doing that?
Yes, sir.
I believe you had said that you were out walking around. You received this message, and then your wife called, and you just didn't want to get to her, get back to her, and that was kind of what happened with that. Is that correct?
Right, I was really close to home. I was going to walk in the door, so why? Or walk through the garage, I should say, and so why?
Right. And I think you said, "Honey, I'm home," right?
Something along those lines.
Because May was home at that time.
Right.
And that was just minutes later, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So there wasn't any concern. It was just a picture of your daughter in this call. You were just going to take care of it, right?
Right.
Okay. Nothing else?
As far as messages and things go, or?
Well, anything else you want to add to this, sir?
I don't think so.
Your wife doesn't have a Google phone, right? She have an Apple?
Yes.
And Apple's got all these crazy products. They've got what's the thing that you put on your wrist? It kind of goes with your phone. What's that one called?
Some of the Apple Watch?
The Apple Watch. Does May have an Apple Watch?
She does.
Okay. Did you ever watch Steve Jobs' presentations when he would get up and say, just one more thing? You ever see him do that? And he drops like a new product or anything?
No.
Never seen that before?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Well, let's take a look. I'm publishing I don't even know if I've shown this opposing counsel. This is just. May I approach the witness? Let the record reflect on showing opposing witness 378. Stage proposed 378. Those appear to be the messages that we're looking at in that timeline, sir. Okay, and on the back of this is the very image that she sent to you. Would that be correct?
Right.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of that thumbnail,
Mhm.
correct? It's a fair and accurate depiction of what's up there in that timeline, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. At this time, we got permission to admit stage 378.
No objection.
And you talked about these. I think you told us before on cross that these messages, they weren't hacked or anything like that from the police. Like these were the messages, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm now going to publish 378. So this message, if you could, please tell me what is the time. Oh, it's kind of cut up a little bit. What time is that message sent?
At 10:36 a.m.
Okay, on September the 2nd, is that
Correct.
right? Then we have this other little blurb. It doesn't actually have anything there, but what is the time on that?
10:36.
And then we have on this following page another message at 3:16. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think she's kind of talking about how much she's selling some cards and making some money, something like that, correct?
Right.
And you immediately kind of respond within a minute to her at around 3 o'clock, correct?
Right.
But you don't do anything here, correct? Because it's just a random message, and there's no need to. Nothing's being asked of you, right?
Right.
It's just a random message.
Right.
And you'll just take care of it when you walk in the door, right?
Pretty much.
Showing opposing counsel what's been marked as stage close 379 through 387. Before I approach, I'm just going to ask you one more time. You didn't delete anything off your phone on September 2nd of 2022, did you, sir?
Not that I recall.
Now we're going to approach the stage proposed 379 through 387. Why don't you take a look at those?
Okay.
Okay. Sir, do those appear to be messages that we just looked at from maybe some other device that we were just looking at through your text messages or your timeline?
Yeah.
Do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those messages?
Except there's an additional message.
Right, there's an additional message. That's your wife's Apple Watch, isn't it?
It is.
Okay, and that's a fair and accurate depiction of what that watch looks like, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And with the exception of the one message that's off, everything else seems to be a fair and accurate depiction of your communication on that day that you were just telling us about on the timeline. Isn't that right?
So it seems, yes.
Okay. At this time, we'd ask for the admission. State's proposed 379 through 387.
You could approach, please.
Okay, they're admitted into evidence.
Sir, you maintained that on the morning, September 2nd, 2022, you were at home, correct?
Right, except for when I went to take a walk.
You deny going over to 7216 Bronx Circle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Publishing 379. That is your wife's Apple Watch, correct?
I mean, it's got a picture of my daughter on it, so I'd have to assume that it is.
No. That's the same picture you just told us about from your text messages, isn't it?
Yes,
And it's at 10:35, correct?
yes,
It says Friday, correct?
yes,
It also says Rob up in the corner, correct?
yes.
I'm now publishing 380. Please read to this jury, what does it say underneath that photograph?
It says, "Where are you?"
Where are you? You told us you were at home.
I did not. I said, actually, when I got the messages, I was still on my walk.
Sir, is it your testimony that you were at home on the day in that morning?
Not the entire morning, no. And
Okay.
I said that to you,
And
sir.
let me ask you this question. That message isn't on your phone, is it?
It isn't. I mean,
The answer is
if
no.
it was
It's not
sent,
on your-
if
it's
it
not
was
on
sent,
your
it
phone.
should have been.
One
But
at a time, one at a
Sir?
time, please.
Yes or no? That message isn't on your phone.
why it isn't, I wouldn't know because it
I
apparently
didn't
it's
ask
not.
you why.
It's not on my wife's phone either.
Sir, I didn't ask you why. I asked you a yes or no question. That message is not on your phone, correct?
From what you showed me, it is not.
And you were in possession of your phone on that day, correct?
On that day, yes.
And you, as the owner of the phone, have the ability to save messages and delete messages, correct?
Yes.
Because the person who holds the phone controls the information, correct?
At that moment, yes.
Right. And she's asking, where are you? Right?
Yes.
At that same time, at 10:30 in the morning, we've seen video surveillance of a car that you say looks just like mine driving in Mr. Gehrman's neighborhood, correct?
That is correct.
Sir, if you left your phone at home, you wouldn't have been able to respond to that message, correct? If you were not next to it, correct?
That's speculative, but
If you left your house and left your phone at home on the morning of September 2nd, and your wife's texting you, where are you? You wouldn't have been able to respond to that, correct?
But I did not.
I didn't ask you that. If you were not in your house on September 2nd in the morning, and your wife sent you a message with a phone you had left at home, it would have been impossible for you to answer that question, correct?
Again, this is speculative answer.
He can answer.
I'll
Yeah.
ask you again.
Again, that would have been if in fact that was the case. If in fact I left my phone at home, then sure, yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Tejas. First name is Robert, Robert. Last name Telles, also pronounced Tellis. So, good morning. I want to go over some of the items that were discussed during my cross-examination by Mr. Hamner. So I'll start, I'm just going to go point by point, so it sounds like I'm jumping around, I'm just hitting various things. So I want to talk about Zach Schilling first and why he was mad at me. But in order to do that, I've got to talk about the way that probate sales were done in my office at the time I was in leadership. So what we did was we went from, before I got there, from one realtor to a number of realtors. The prior public administrator, for some reason, had this relationship with this realtor, and he wanted to just have that guy do all the homes. There were a couple of problems with that. The first one was that oftentimes he couldn't handle the volume of renovations. And so oftentimes a lot of these homes would sit for months. Once in a while, they'd be in danger of foreclosure. But even if they weren't in danger of foreclosure, one of the issues that would occur was that these homes still had oftentimes mortgages going, right? So if we weren't turning those homes around in 6 months, 9 months, a year, all that time, the mortgage was taking a chunk out of the equity. So I wanted to make sure that we were turning these things around faster so more money would be in the hands of the family. I didn't think that, having a sole vendor who would get to it when he got to it was of benefit to the families. The other thing was that, of course, Clark County has this policy of trying to support as many small businesses as they can. And so I was trying to also mirror that too by opening this up. I certainly didn't like the idea of having, one vendor for anything. So what was important though for these vendors was that they had access to capital. That's why I didn't have a larger pool as if yet. I had probably at any given time, maybe 5 or 6, just depended. But they had to have access to capital so that they could perform the renovations on the home. And the reason for that was that I wanted to make sure that we gave the families as much money as possible. When you sell a home as is, when it's in disrepair, often it has to be sold for less. Right? And that gives flippers an opportunity to get the house, flip it, and then take the proceeds that would have gone to the family. Now, there's not necessarily anything wrong with that. I just wanted to put that money in the hands of the family instead. And in order to do that, we had this policy where, again, if you want our business, you had to go ahead and have the money to do the renovations on that house. You had to make it move-in ready. So any family could buy it and move right in. They wouldn't have to wait around for anybody else to do those renovations for them. And like I said, in the process, the families themselves got all the profit that might have gone to a flipper. Because of the capital demands of having to do this, 2 of our vendors had more properties than the others. One of them was Brian Horner, and the other was Bob McMaster. Now, as part of Bob McMaster's team, he had Zach Schilling. Bob was the capital man. He was very successful in his prior business. He was, I don't know the extent of his finances, but he didn't need to do the work. He was doing it really for the sake of keeping busy in retirement. But he was the money man, so he was the vendor, right? And Zach was the listing agent. I don't want to minimize what he did, but at the end of the day, those listings were going to that team because of Bob McMaster's capital. And in return for any of our vendors doing this work, instead of getting a 3% commission, they would get a 3.5% commission. And I got approval from the probate commissioner to pay our selling vendor 3.5% while still giving the buyer's agent 3%. So the total commission was 6.5%. And that was pretty much from the get-go during my administration. So at a certain point, for whatever reason, and again, both Brian and Bob were getting a good share of houses. And at some point, Zach decides that he is going to move his license from the broker where both he and Bob have hung their licenses. And he does it without telling Bob that he's going to do it. When Bob goes to move his license as well, the broker says, you cannot hang your license here unless you're going to have deals. Now, Bob enjoyed the renovation side, but obviously he still wanted to make a commission split for the work that he did. So he was not okay with not being able to hang his license, because you have to have, from what I understand, an active license hung somewhere in order to take that commission. So what he ended up doing was finding another real estate agent to assist him, to be the listing agent. Zach was very upset at Bob with this. And then it came to the point where when Zach asked me to give him a large number of houses, I couldn't, because he didn't have the access to the capital. When I would walk houses with him, he would try to minimize the importance of doing this renovation or that renovation, trying to just, again, minimize it so that he could try to get as many houses as he could without getting us what we needed to make these homes move-in ready. And so that wasn't acceptable to me. He still got homes, but he didn't get nearly as many homes as he did before. I think that's what upset him, beyond the fact that for some reason he was still hung up on that Ottawa thing that happened a year and a half before, which I don't know why that was a big deal for him, but he apparently mentioned it in his interview with the police that, that he had that. So, all right. So then I want to move to the supposed electronic evidence that was allegedly found in my phone, or a phone image, or what have you. When I was arrested, the police leaked to the media that there was allegedly a shoe found in my house. There was allegedly a hat found in my house. They allegedly found the DNA. They did not leak that they allegedly found this electronic information on my phone or on some image, despite the fact that they allegedly had it at that point. So I can't explain why that was the case. Now, when it comes to these Google Maps shots, again, I'll reiterate that I did not know Mr. Gurman's address. So whoever plugged that in obviously did know the address. And there was a photo that we were shown that showed a video camera that was right across the way from Mr. Gurman's house. I do not engage in crime, but if I wanted to do something while not being caught on camera, and I knew there was a camera right across the way, I wouldn't do it. And which also brings up another point. If I knew there was a camera right across the way, I certainly would find another means of transportation besides using my own vehicle. Certainly, I wasn't rich, but I certainly, I did okay enough that I could rent a nondescript car, but I couldn't see myself as the kind of person who would be foolish enough to use my own vehicle to allegedly commit any kind of crime. And let's see here. So again, I did not know Mr. Gurman's address, so I don't know how anyone could say that I did these searches. And then I didn't know Mr. Gurman's schedule. I did not know Mr. Gurman's schedule to know that he would be home on that day at that particular time. Yet apparently the killer knew. I did not know the layout of Mr. Gurman's home, or what room he would be in, or what, I wouldn't know how to, as I said, lure Mr. Gurman out of his house. So I didn't commit the murder. I don't know how the murderer knew that. I certainly did not. So the person who supposedly took these photos on August 15th, it seems knew that Mr. Gurman had a gray Honda from from what we heard yesterday. Yet that same person, or allegedly I, decided to research Mr. Gurman's car anyway after the fact, when this person already knew that he had a gray Honda. That doesn't make any sense. And again, like I said, when you saw that the search term was for, again, Mr. Gurman's address to get to that information on the car, and I didn't know Mr. Gurman's address. Now, also, I did not buy a straw hat. I did not buy a construction shirt. I was fully investigated on my finances. I believe that if I had, that you would see evidence of that. When it came to the police search of my home, I was being detained at the police station. Now, I was not handcuffed. I was seemingly, because of the fact that I wasn't handcuffed during the entire interrogation, it would seem to me that the officers who had, Gaddis and Jappy, who had me in that room, did not fear that I was a danger to them. So I was stuck in that room until the search was done. My wife was sequestered along with my children in a room during the search. She was under supervision by a police officer. And there was no body cam video from the search. I have seen numerous cases where body cam video was used during searches, yet it wasn't used during the search in my home. Then I want to speak to Detective Jappy's investigation. Again, Compass Realty had nearly 500 sales over the years, and Detective Jappy was investigating me for 5 months of alleged bribery. And again, the investigative file on me was 100 gigabytes for 5 months of alleged bribery, whereas for Compass Realty, over 500 sales around 500 sales for over years was only 3 gigabytes. Again, just a fraction of the information that was obtained on me in that investigation. And I guess, and you'll have to excuse me, but I'm going to have to, I guess, speak to that relationship that I had with Roberta. During COVID, we got in a position where, again, because of the way that staffing worked, we spent a lot of time together, and we grew close. And we grew too close. And, and obviously we have choices, and we made a big mistake. Something that we both regret. But the thing is that, if Mr. Gurman had not been killed, you would not be hearing about the fact that it happened, that we actually got into that relationship. Mr. Gurman, as I mentioned before, was not going to have he was never going to get any information about what happened between us. The county had redacted, or I should say omitted, anything that might have been personal in nature. So the notion that this was a motive to kill Mr. Gurman was false. He was not going to have any real material to make a more damaging article than he would have already done. So that's, and again, Roberta is a good person, and she loves her family very much, just as I love my family, and we just made a stupid mistake, but that doesn't mean that I killed Mr. Gurman. So, and I would never engage in any criminal conduct because I respect the law. And I was trying to uphold the law in my position. Right? And certainly I would not commit a murder because I have respect for human life. I don't believe that anybody should have their life cut short at the hands of another person. And so when it came to Compass Realty, I was not a lame duck. When you watch that video from the June 29th, 2022 hearing, you'll see that I was not acting like a lame duck. And you will see that it was after the primary loss. And I still kept fighting. And you'll see during that video that I raised very serious concerns. And these are very serious concerns beyond, again, the issue with the equity and the personal property. These are other things that, again, if you could watch the video, you'll see how the judge was concerned. And again, I had just gotten the authority to do the things that Detective Jappy did not do. And frankly, I believe the public should demand an FBI investigation into Compass Realty. I also have one other item related to Compass Realty. Now, Adam Fenn donated to DA Wolfson in March of 2022. And if you'll recall, at the beginning of March of 2022, DA Wolfson had introduced me to Detective Jappy. Now, when Detective Jappy informed me of the fact that he had found that there was likely theft here, I also found out that DA Wolfson knew as well. And I found out through my conversations with DA Wolfson. Mr. Horvath, in the topmost envelope, the first 11 pages, I have a copy of Mr. Wolfson's campaign report from the first quarter of 2022. I'd like to ask that I please be allowed to have it marked and published.
examiner is the state stipulation.
We'll submit it to the court.
Okay,
S3.
S3 will be admitted.
Okay, would you like me to approach you?
Yes, please. Thank you. And so this is an excerpt of Mr. Wolfson's campaign contribution report, the first one of 2022, taken from the Nevada Secretary of State's website by public download. And it shows, and this is the fourth page, which again, you're only going to receive the fourth page of this. It states it's recorded that on March 26, 2022, Adam Fenn of 8782 Big Bluff Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada 89148, gave Stephen Wolfson $5,000 for his campaign. I am not crazy. I am not trying to avoid responsibility. This entire situation, well, I'll put it this way, that Compass Realty could move so much with money in this day and age in our city is incredible to me. I am innocent. And, you know, I'm not the kind of person who could brutally murder another man, do it with apparent experience and training, and then go to the gym, and then go pick up my children. I can't imagine being that type of person. I didn't kill Mr. German, and I'm innocent. Sir? I have concluded.
I may approach and get the, and we're moving through admission in case I believe it was already admitted. Thank you.
Is that all your redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Any recross?
Yeah, briefly. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I'm okay. I just really want to cover two topics. So,
you touched on the public records request that, Gammon wouldn't have heard about any, personal communications between you and Roberta because the records request wouldn't allow it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And therefore, that's why you wouldn't try to kill him, correct?
Certainly wouldn't be a motive.
Okay. But you would agree with me, you're not friends with Mr. Gammon, correct?
No, sir.
He didn't tell you, sit down with you and tell you how he's writing his stories, correct?
He did not.
He didn't share with you what information he collected, correct?
He did not.
And you're familiar that, journalists have things called sources, right?
Sure.
And they collect information from multiple places, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So all you know is that Mr. Gammon had made one personal records request to your office, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what other information he had gathered as of August of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Therefore, this idea that Gammon wasn't going to be able to write any further article, you don't know that for a fact, isn't that right?
Well, I certainly thought, based on the records request, that he would not.
Right, because you're claiming you base it on that limited knowledge, but let's be clear. Journalists have multiple sources that they can collect information from, right?
Sure.
And you knew that as of August 8th, he did intend to want to seek information about you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
You had even told your best employee, Nicole, that I have a fear that these articles are going to jeopardize my ability to have employment in the future, correct?
I did.
You were concerned about even being able to work as an attorney in the city. Isn't that right?
That thought crossed my mind, yes.
Not just crossed your mind, you memorialized it in a private text message to your best employee, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you additionally told her, I wish I had it in front of me. Let me just see if I can recall this. worried about the article. Give me, you know what? Can I have the pull off an email? I don't want to get it wrong. Yes.
Court's indulgence.
Oh, I remember what I wanted to ask. Sorry. Thank you. Now I remember. You told this jury that you claimed you weren't worried when you received the August 8th email from the county that Cameron was looking into because you weren't worried because you knew none of the personal stuff was going out, correct?
Yes.
But isn't it true just a couple hours later you're writing the call saying the exact opposite?
No.
Okay. You don't know it. We'll let everyone check the notes on that. But
Sure.
Isn't it true the message that you send to Nicole post-dates the email you received from the county?
Yes, but it was talking about pre-existing articles
Sure.
and the damage that was done.
That's what you claim.
It's what I claim. Yes.
Okay. So, bottom line is, you were so concerned about the articles, you're writing your best employee about it, correct?
I did not reach out to her to do it.
And then 4 days later, there's 130 images mapping out Mr. Kerman's neighborhood, correct?
Not for me, but yes.
And then on the 15th, there's this amateurish surveillance going on, correct?
Objection
And-
is characterization. Amateur.
I'm sorry. Well, I'll rephrase. There's the Popeye surveillance happening, correct?
Again, I didn't do it, but yes.
Okay. And then just after that, we have, as you fully admitted, there are pictures from your desk of all of Mr. Gehrman's personally identifying information in your phone, correct?
And I don't know that to be the case. Again, it
All
could
that-
have been placed there on an image. It
Sure,
wasn't
but you
necessarily on my
fully
phone.
admitted, like, that's my computer, that's my desk, and you told us
It-
that yesterday, right?
It appears, the photo appears to have my desk, yes.
No. You said, that's my desk. You didn't say it appears, you said, that's my desk.
I
Do
thought
you
it
remember?
yesterday, but sure. Again,
Thank
same
you.
thing.
And that just happens to be the same month that your expert witness looked into your phone and saw you turned off all your location data.
I object not as to that month. It appeared most of the years
And-
that location was not there. So that
Right, and-
mischaracterizes Mr. Burrow's testimony.
Sure. Isn't there a slide from August 1st to August 31st of 2022 talking about location data from your phone?
Yes,
And
and
it was a blank slate, right?
I will get to that in my redirect.
But no, you got to get to it now. Isn't it
But,
true?
give
It
me
was a
one
blank
moment, please.
slate.
Give me one moment, just so I can write, please. And okay, so can you give me the
Sir.
question? Okay, hold on
Isn't
just a
it
moment,
tr-
please. Just
Isn't
one
it
moment,
true
please.
that there is a slide produced by your expert that's entitled August 1st through August 31st, 2022, and it literally says no location data. Do you remember that slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that existed, correct?
I don't know that it did, because I didn't take that photo.
No, just your expert did.
Are we talking about the photo or the
Expert
slide?
did not take the photos. Again,
Was it prepared?
Right,
Who
your
prepared
expert. Your expert introduced it on his direct examination. You remember that?
I don't know if you're talking about the slide or the photo, sir. I'm trying to get
I'm
clarification.
talking about the slide.
Okay.
Your expert analyzed your location data for the month of August. Do you remember him talking about that on direct?
I said that earlier, yes.
Do you remember him talking about it on cross?
I don't, but I remember him talking about it.
And you remember seeing the slide, and he showed an image showing that there is not 1 ounce of location data on your phone for the month before Mr. Gehrman is killed. Do you remember him saying that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then the second point is, so let's talk about the donation. So Adam Fenn donated $5,000 to Wolfson's campaign, correct?
Yes.
It came from a campaign report in the first quarter, is that correct?
Yes.
So that would be the first 3 months of the year, correct?
Yes.
So sometime between January to March is this $5,000 donation, correct?
Correct.
That's 2 months prior to the Gehrman articles, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so
And it's also
so
a few weeks after the introduction maybe between me and Wilson and Jappy.
So you say Compass could move so much money in this day and age, it's incredible to me, correct?
Right.
And what we've heard from you is it's a whopping $15,000.
So what I have found in doing my research on Mr. Wolfson's campaign reports is that he's got people who donate to him year over year. So basically it's a subscription to for a get out of jail free card.
So now the DA's in on it too.
I'm just telling you what I found when I've researched, and you can look at the Nevada Secretary of State's website to do the research yourself.
Well, I've got you
It's-
here, sir, so I want to ask you, is DA Stephen Wolfson in on the conspiracy to have Jeff Gehrman murdered? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know about that, but I certainly know he turned a blind eye toward crime.
So answer my question, yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay. So but you can't rule it out, right?
Can you rule it out?
It doesn't matter whether I can rule it out. I'm not the one under oath.
I can't rule it out.
Okay. So you can't rule out Rita. You can't rule out Wolfson. You can't rule out Cliff Maud. You can't rule out the DNA people. You can't rule out anonymous patrol officers. Am I catching this all right? You can't rule out Adam Fenn, anyone from Compass, right? How about Cindy Sauerland? Is she part of this too?
I don't know. I can't rule it out.
Okay. So it's all just one big conspiracy, correct?
No, sir. I didn't say that they were all involved. I just said I can't rule out who and who is not involved.
But at the end of the day, you're just the victim in this whole thing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Reyes?
Yes. And again, when it comes to these photos and the notion that there was no location information on them, I didn't take the photos. So whether they had location information on them or not, I'm not surprised they don't have any location information on them. So this point that somehow that shows I'm guilty is just, I don't know, it still makes no sense to me. And then when it comes again to Mr. Wolfson, I did do that research into him, and I did find that around the time that Paris Hilton had picked up charges here in Las Vegas, that
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
I think he opened the door.
Objection is sustained.
All right. So I'm sure that someone will be doing the homework on that. But
And
I
that
think
comment
that's-
is stricken from the record.
and so thank you, Honor. I have nothing further for myself.
Okay, anything else?
Based on that, no thank you.
Okay. It looks like we have a question from a juror. All right, we have questions from a juror, court's exhibit number 20. Were you concerned that your wife would get knowledge of the affair before you get to tell her about it yourself, or did she only find out after Mr. Gehrman's murder took place?
She actually did find out beforehand, and I did, unfortunately, I said I made a mistake, and it is what it is. And so, no, as far as my wife is concerned, and my family is concerned, they did forgive me for what happened.
Okay, and court's exhibit number 21. How tall are you without lifts?
5'6.5".
Any follow-up from Do you have anything else you want to say, Mr. Tejas? Any follow-up
I don't believe
based
so.
on those
yeah.
questions?
No,
Okay, Mr. Hantner?
No, you're right.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. And you may step down.
Thank
and
you,
then-
Honor.
Are you gonna have
Yes.
any